Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought an Old Typewriter, and it writes confessions I haven't made yet. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing the typewriter wrote by itself was my name. Not the whole thing, not even neatly. Just Eli struck into the paper with a weak, crooked bite, the E darker than the rest, like someone had pressed that key harder than necessary. The machine sat on my kitchen table under the yellow light above the sink, smelling faintly of oil, dust, and the cardboard box it had ridden home in. I had my back turned when it happened. I was rinsing a chipped mug, listening to the tap-cough air through the pipes, and behind me there was a single metallic clack. One key, then nothing. I stood there with dishwater sliding down my wrist into my sleeve, staring at the window over the sink where my reflection looked thinner than usual against the black glass. My name is Eli Mercer. I'm 32, male, and I live in Portland, Maine, in a second-floor apartment above a closed tailor shop on Congress Street. I restore furniture badly, sell vintage odds and ends online with slightly better success, and work 3 nights a week at a print shop where the machines are loud enough to make thought feel optional. I bought the typewriter because rent had gone up again, and because old things, if you photograph them warmly enough, can become mid-century or writer's desk aesthetic instead of junk. Also because I have a habit of taking home broken things. That sounds kinder than it is. Sometimes I think I like broken things because they give me an excuse not to look too closely at myself. You can spend an entire Sunday fixing a drawer track and call it progress. You can polish brass until your fingers smell sour and metallic, then tell yourself you've done something useful. You can avoid answering texts, avoid opening bills, avoid calling your brother back, avoid looking at the dent in your own car bumper from a night you still describe as minor, because nobody got hurt enough to make it official. The typewriter was an underwood, black enamel-worn gray at the edges, round glass-topped keys clouded with age. I found it at a church rummage sale in South Portland, in the basement of St. Jude S., between a box of tangled Christmas lights and a stack of damp cookbooks. The room had low ceilings and smelled like coffee urns, wet wool, and old carpet glue. Rain tapped steadily against the narrow ground-level windows. Every few seconds, pipes knocked inside the walls as if someone upstairs was dragging a chair across the floor. I didn't go there for anything specific. That was usually how I got into trouble. Behind the folding table sat a woman with white hair tucked under a red socks cap, pricing things with blue painter's tape. Her name was Margaret Doyle, 71, female, a retired elementary school secretary from Cape Elizabeth, who volunteered at estate sales and rummage events because, as she told me, people die with too much stuff and not enough labels. She had a dry, practical way of speaking that made every sentence sound pre-approved by common sense. "That one's heavy," she said when she saw me bend toward the typewriter. Don't hurt your back trying to be nostalgic. I'm more desperate than nostalgic. That'll do it too. I pressed one of the keys. The arm rose halfway and froze, trembling there. Needs cleaning, I said. Everything does. There was no price tag on it. I turned it gently and checked the underside, careful not to smear my fingerprints into the old dust, like that mattered. A strip of yellowed masking tape clung near one rubber foot. Something had been written on it once, but the ink had faded into brown scratches. How much? I asked. Margaret looked at the typewriter like it had personally disappointed her. 20. I tried not to show how fast I decided yes. A man in a navy peacoat stepped between us before I could reach for my wallet. His name was Owen Lasky, 46, male, from Worcester, Massachusetts, though I only learned that later from the return label on the receipt he dropped. At the time, he was just a broad-shouldered guy with rainwater shining in his beard and a phone pressed flat against his palm. He had the tense politeness of someone trying not to be noticed while making sure he saw everything. "That's for sale?" he asked. Margaret tapped the table. "Everything down here is for sale unless it's holding coffee." "I'll give you 40. I straightened, keeping one hand on the typewriter's side. Margaret's eyebrows lifted. "He asked first. I'm offering double." "He asked first," she repeated, not louder, just flatter. Owen looked at me then. His eyes moved from my face to my hand on the machine. There was nothing openly threatening about him. That almost made it worse. He smiled like we were sharing an awkward joke. "You collect these?" he asked. "Sometimes. Specific model? No. Then I'd appreciate it." Rainwater dripped from the hem of his coat onto the concrete floor. Tap, tap, tap. I should have let him have it. $40 for an object I hadn't known existed 10 minutes earlier. Easy profit. No weird interaction. No heavy iron machine digging a bruise into my hip on the walk back to the car. But he wanted it too much. That was the whole reason. I took out a 20 and laid it on the table. Margaret slid it into a cigar box without looking at him. "Sold." Owen exhaled through his nose. Not a sigh. Something tighter. "Careful with it," he said. I gave a small laugh because that is what I do when I'm uncomfortable and don't want to admit it. "I'll try not to write anything dangerous." He didn't laugh back. Outside, the rain had thinned to a cold mist. The typewriter weighed more than it looked, and by the time I got it to my Subaru, my forearms burned. I put it in the back seat on an old moving blanket beside a crate of chipped Pyrex bowls. As I shut the door, I saw Owen standing under the church awning, still watching me. Not glaring, watching. A bus hissed at the curb beyond him. Someone's umbrella flipped inside out in the wind. The normal world kept making all its normal noises. And still, for a second, I had the strange urge to reopen the car door and hand the machine over. Instead, I drove home. By 4:30, the sky over Portland had turned the dull gray blue of old dishwater. My apartment windows rattled whenever trucks passed. The tailor shop below had been empty for 8 months, but sometimes the radiators still clicked in its walls after dark, heat moving through pipes that served nobody. I carried the typewriter upstairs in 3 ugly bursts, resting once on the landing, while Mrs. Capper's dog barked from behind her door with the offended rhythm of a smoke alarm. My girlfriend, Tess, arrived while I was rubbing black grime from the keys with cotton swabs and isopropyl alcohol. Tess Callahan was 31, female, a public defender from Burlington, Vermont. Though she had lived in Maine long enough to complain about out-of-staters with native confidence, she was sharp in the way tired people get sharp, cutting straight through nonsense, because she spent all day buried under other people's emergencies. She had dark hair she pinned up with whatever pen was nearest, and she carried stress in her jaw until it clicked when she chewed. She let herself in with the spare key and stopped in the kitchen doorway. "Oh no," she said. "I didn't turn around. It's an investment." That sentence has ruined civilizations. It's an Underwood. It's a dust brick with buttons. I pointed the cotton swab at her. Glass keys, original carriage, mostly intact ribbon. Does it also pay your CMP bill? Eventually. She dropped her bag onto the chair with a thud and came closer. Her coat smelled like rain and courthouse hallway, that mix of wool, paper, and overheated air. She touched the typewriter with one finger, leaving a clean crescent in the dust. "It's pretty," she admitted. "Thank you," in a tuberculosis novel kind of way. "I'll list it tomorrow." "You said that about the dentist lamp." "The dentist lamp is complicated. The dentist lamp is in your bedroom wearing a pillowcase." I smiled, but I felt the familiar pinch under it. Tess wasn't cruel. She wasn't even wrong. The apartment had become crowded with unfinished intentions. A radio cabinet without a back panel, 3 cracked mirrors, a crate of brass drawer pulls soaking in vinegar, and the green dentist lamp that I kept meaning to rewire, but mostly avoided because the cloth cord looked like something that could kill me if I touched it while tired. Tess looked around the kitchen, then at me. "Eli, I know. You always know. I said I'll list it tomorrow." She leaned against the counter and softened a little. "I'm not trying to be your landlord. No, he's worse dressed. That's not a high bar." We settled into the kind of quiet couples have when an argument has walked into the room, but hasn't taken off its coat yet. Outside, tires hissed over wet pavement. Somewhere downstairs, a loose sign knocked lightly against brick. The typewriter sat between us, black and squat and patient. I fed in a sheet of paper from the print shop scrap pile, mostly to prove it worked. The platen turned with a dry squeak. I typed, "The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog." The letters came out uneven, some faint, some too heavy. The O filled in almost solid. The E sat slightly high. Normal old machine flaws, nothing weird. Tess watched over my shoulder. "Congratulations. You've invented email, but worse. You're threatened by craftsmanship." "I'm threatened by storage units." I typed her name. "Tess." She made a face. "Don't put me in your haunted Craigslist listing." "It's not haunted. Everything you buy looks one bad decision away from being haunted. Grounded objects have character. You have a drawer full of keys that don't open anything. One day they might." She was about to answer when my phone buzzed on the table. My brother's name lit the screen. Cal Mercer, 28 male, my younger brother from Freeport, Maine, had the stubborn optimism of someone who believed apologies counted more if you avoided saying them directly. He worked marine maintenance at a boatyard and left voicemails that began with "not a big deal," when something was absolutely a big deal. We had been close once, In the automatic way, brothers can be close before adulthood turns every conversation into a test you didn't study for. I watched the phone buzz until it stopped. Tess saw the name. She didn't say anything immediately. That was worse than saying something. "You could call him back," she said. "I will." "When?" "After dinner." "You said that last week." "He only calls when he needs money or wants to talk about Dad's house." "Maybe he wants to talk about you." I laughed once, too quickly. "Unlikely." Tess folded her arms. The apartment felt smaller. The paper in the typewriter curled upward, waiting. I pulled my phone closer and flipped it face down. "I'll call him tomorrow." That word again. The carriage shifted. Not far, just a fraction. A tiny metal tick came from inside the typewriter, like a cooling engine. Tess and I both looked at it. "Did you touch it?" she asked. "No," the machine sat still. Old springs settle. That was my first thought. Old machines complain after being moved. Wood floors tilt. Trucks shake the building. Radiators knock. The world is full of explanations if you are motivated enough to stack them in the right order. Then the E key dropped. Not fully. It dipped and snapped back up. The type bar struck the paper with a hard little slap. Tess stepped back. I stared at the letter. It had landed below the line I'd typed, alone on the page. "Okay," she said slowly. That was mechanical. "Yeah, right, probably." I put my finger lightly on the E key. It wobbled under the glass, sticky. Maybe the lever had been half engaged from cleaning. Maybe tension had released. Maybe the table wasn't level. I pressed it a few times. Each strike made the same mark. Slightly dark, slightly high. "See," I said, "keys sticking." Tess didn't look convinced, but she wanted to. That was one of the reasons I loved her, and one of the reasons I sometimes hurt her without meaning to. She wanted the world to be reasonable, even though her job showed her daily evidence otherwise. "Fine," she said. "Sticky key, feed me." We ate takeout pad thai from cartons because neither of us had the will to cook. The rain strengthened again. Water ran down the kitchen window in restless lines, turning the streetlights into long yellow smears. Tess talked about a client who kept insisting his stolen snowblower was emotionally significant property. I talked about a woman at the print shop who had tried to laminate a pressed fern and jammed the machine for 40 minutes. The typewriter sat on the table beside us. Paper still rolled in, the single E visible above Tess's carton whenever she leaned aside. Cal called again at 8:12. This time Tess didn't pretend not to notice. I sent it to voicemail. She put down her fork. "Eli, I'm not doing this right now. You don't even know what this is. I know how it goes." "No, you know how you think it goes." The rain beat harder against the glass. Downstairs, the empty tailor shop sign tapped once, then twice, then settled into a loose, uneven rattle. I rubbed my thumb along the edge of the takeout carton until the paper softened. "My brother has a talent," I said, "for making everything sound like an emergency until it becomes my responsibility. And you have a talent for disappearing before anyone can ask you to be decent." That landed. Tess knew it landed because her face changed. "I'm sorry," she said. "No, you're not." "I am. The typewriter clacked. Once. Hard, not the E this time, a longer key. Heavier. Tess flinched so sharply her knee hit the table leg. The cartons jumped. Soy sauce sloshed onto a napkin. The carriage had not moved much, but a fresh letter sat beside the first. EL, the L was clean and black. Stared at it. Then the machine typed again. 3 letters now. Eli, the apartment seemed to gather every small sound and place it around us with painful care. Rain in the gutter, Tess breathing through her nose, the refrigerator motor kicking on, my phone vibrating face down against the wood as Cal left a voicemail. No ghost, I told myself. No impossible thing. There were ways. There had to be a wire, a prank, something jammed, a pressure release. A machine can store tension. A machine can fail dramatically. A machine cannot know your name unless someone put it there. Someone had put it there. That thought helped for about 2 seconds. Then I remembered Owen standing under the church awning. Careful with it. Tess reached for the paper. Don't, I said. She froze with her hand above the platen. Why? I didn't have a good answer. Because taking it out would make it real. Because leaving it, there meant we could still pretend the machine was doing something random, and my name had happened by chance. One impossible lottery drawn from metal arms and old ink. Because I had spent years avoiding words once they were on paper. My phone stopped vibrating. A second later, it buzzed again. Voicemail. Tess looked from the phone to the typewriter. Play it, she said. It's late. It's 8:15. I mean emotionally late. Eli. I picked up the phone but didn't unlock it. My hand was damp. The screen smudged under my thumb. Another small sound came from the typewriter. Not a clack, a shift. The carriage moved 1 space to the right. Tess whispered, no. The spacebar sat slightly depressed, then rose. A blank gap after my name. Eli, I backed away from the table. Tess grabbed her bag off the chair. We're taking it outside. What? Outside, dumpster, curb, anywhere that isn't your kitchen. It weighs 30 pounds. Great. Then it won't chase us. It's not chasing us. It's typing your name without hands. Her voice cracked on the last word, and that frightened me more than the machine did. Tess handled arraignments, crying mothers, men twice her size screaming across courtrooms. Tess did not crack easily. I looked at the typewriter again. There was a reasonable next step. There is always a reasonable next step when you're still pretending reason has control. Film it, inspect it, find wires. Call Margaret and ask where it came from. Call Cal back. Call someone. Do anything except stand there while an old machine decided whether it had more to say. My phone buzzed with a text from Cal. Pick up. It's about Dad's study. Did you sell anything from the house? I read it twice. Tess saw my face. What? I turned the screen toward her. She frowned. Did you? No, Eli. I didn't sell anything from the house. But I had taken things. After Dad died, I took a shoebox of tools, 3 fountain pens, a brass desk lamp, and a stack of blank paper from his study. Because Cal and I were supposed to sort everything together, and I couldn't stand being in that room with him watching me. I told myself I was preserving things from damp and neglect. I told myself a lot of things that sounded better than stealing from a dead man's desk before probate had finished. The typewriter clacked again. A C appeared after the space. Then an A, then it stopped. Eli C.A. Tess covered her mouth. I did not move. The letters sat there, dumb and physical, ink pressed into fiber, not glowing, not whispering, not floating, just marks a person could make if a person had arranged the right trick. Cal, Dad's study, the typewriter from the church sale. Owen, my apartment door, which I had locked when Tess came in. The windows, painted shut in 3 places. The ordinary kitchen light making everything uglier and harder to deny. Tess lowered her hand. Eli, what does that mean? I knew what it might mean. I also knew what I wanted it not to mean. Another buzz from my phone. Cal again. This time he sent a photo. It loaded slowly, line by line, over my bad kitchen Wi-Fi. First, a wooden desk. Then a green banker's lamp. Then the corner of a familiar room in our father's house. Finally, on the cleared surface of the desk, a rectangle of dust where something heavy had sat for a long time. Under the photo, Cal had written, "Was there a typewriter here when you went through this room?" Tess read it over my shoulder. The typewriter on my kitchen table gave one soft internal click, as though a spring had found its notch. No key moved. Not yet. Tess picked up her coat. "We leave," she said. "Now." But Cal was calling again, and the machine had only typed half a word. And somewhere inside me, under the fear and shame, and the old instinct to dodge whatever was coming, a worse instinct opened its eyes. I wanted to know what it was going to finish. So I stood between the table and the door, phone buzzing in my hand, rain ticking at the window, Tess waiting for me to choose whether we carried the typewriter out or stayed long enough to let it speak. Cal's call went to voicemail 3 times before I finally answered it. That sounds like a small thing unless you knew me. I could ignore a phone until the battery died. I could turn a ringtone into weather. But standing in my kitchen with the typewriter sitting there like a patient animal, the unfinished letters Eli CA pressed into the page, I understood that if I let the call vanish again, something else would answer for me. "Eli," Cal said. His voice was thin, breathy. Not drunk, not angry, scared. I turned away from Tess because she was watching me too closely. "Yeah, I'm here. Tell me you didn't take it." "What?" "The typewriter." Rain scratched at the window. The radiator under it ticked in little bursts, metal expanding and settling inside the wall. I looked at the underwood. "I bought it today. You bought it. At a church sale in South Portland." Cal laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "Jesus. Okay, that's not better." Tess stepped closer and mouthed, "Put it on speaker." I did. Cal Mercer, 28 male, my younger brother from Freeport, Maine, had always sounded younger on the phone, like distance shaved years off him. He was the kind of man who could rebuild a carburetor with frozen fingers, but still avoided reading official mail until the envelopes turned soft at the corners. He breathed loudly into the speaker, and behind him, I could hear wind buffeting something, probably the open porch at Dad's house. "Cal," Tess said, careful but firm. "It's Tess." "What's going on?" A pause. "Hey, Tess, what's wrong with the typewriter?" "I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with anything right now." His voice dipped away, then came back. "I went to the house because the realtor wanted photos of the study before we list it. The desk is cleared off. There's dust where the typewriter used to be. Dad's cabinet is open." "What cabinet?" I asked. "The lockbox cabinet, the one built into the bottom shelf." The the sentence hooked under my ribs. Dad's study had been a narrow room at the back of the house, facing the pines, where the light never quite warmed up even in July. He kept tax folders there, old court papers from his divorce from my mother, boat registration documents, warranty manuals for appliances he no longer owned, and a small locking cabinet behind a row of National Geographic magazines. I had known about it. Cal had known about it. We had both pretended we didn't, because after Dad died, anything locked felt like an accusation. "What was in it?" Tess asked. "That's the problem," Cal said. "I don't know. It's empty now." I swallowed. "You think I emptied it? I think you went through the study alone." There it was, not shouted, worse. "I took some pens and paper," I said, "and the lamp, and maybe whatever was in the cabinet." "No, you sure?" The word scraped. Tess looked at me, not accusing exactly, but measuring. She had spent years listening to people explain why the worst-looking version of events was not the true one. She knew all the tones people used when they were guilty of something smaller than what they were accused of. "Yes," I said, "I'm sure." The typewriter clacked. All three of us went quiet. Another letter appeared. The page now read, "Eli Cal." Cal's voice came through the speaker in a whisper. "What was that?" "Nothing," I said too fast. Tess shot me a look. "Eli, what was that?" Cal repeated. The typewriter typed again. Eli Call, then a space. Tess backed into the counter. The spoon in her takeout carton shifted and slid against cardboard with a wet little scrape. Cal said, "Is that it?" I did not answer. "Eli, is that the typewriter?" "Yes," Tess said before I could lie. "It's typing." Cal swore softly. "Get out of the apartment." I almost laughed. Tess had said the same thing 5 minutes earlier, and somehow hearing it from Cal made me want to argue just to keep control of the room. "It's a machine," I said. "Someone did something to it." "Then someone knows where you live." That shut me up. The Underwood sat on the table beside the cooling cartons, black enamel dull under the kitchen light. No cords, no batteries, no motor that I could see. But the keys had moved. I had watched them. Tess had watched them. A human trick could still be a human threat. "Listen to me," Cal said. "There's more." I found one of Dad's old envelopes on the floor under the desk. It had your name on it. I gripped the phone harder. "What envelope?" It was empty, torn open. But the front said Eli, if necessary. Tess closed her eyes for half a second. "Cal," she said, "are you still at the house?" "Yeah, alone." Another pause. That pause changed the kitchen. "Cal," I said, "I thought I was." The radiator ticked once. "What does that mean?" Tess asked. I heard somebody upstairs. Dad's house was in Freeport, at the end of a gravel lane off Flying Point Road, too far from neighbors for casual help, and close enough to the water that damp lived inside the walls. Cal was there alone at night, with a cabinet empty and an envelope torn open, and maybe someone moving through the house above him. A time-sensitive problem arrived in the room so cleanly it almost felt staged. "Get out," Tess said. "Now." "I'm in the study," Cal said. "The back door's closer, but the motion light outside is broken and my truck S in the front." "Use the front," I said. "I parked by the garage. The porch steps are half rotted. Then go carefully." "Eli, shut up and listen." I'm not calling because I need walking instructions. His breathing hitched. I came in through the side door. It was unlocked. I didn't unlock it. A dull thump came through the phone. Not loud, not dramatic, but unmistakable. Cal stopped breathing. Tess mouthed, "Police." I grabbed her wrist before she could move toward her phone, not hard, but enough that she looked down at my hand with disgusted surprise. "What?" she whispered. "Wait, are you serious?" I was. Not really. But calling the police meant explaining why we believed someone was in Dad's house, why Cal was there after dark, why an old typewriter in Portland was typing pieces of our names, why I had bought it from a church basement hours after someone else tried to outbid me. It meant official questions, timelines, estate papers, the dented bumper. The night of Dad's stroke, when I had not answered his call because I was drunk in a parking lot behind a bar in Biddeford, and too ashamed to let anyone hear my voice. My fear was not of police exactly. It was of records, of statements, of timestamps, of people arranging facts into a shape I could no longer soften. Tess pulled her wrist free. "Cal," she said into the phone, "I'm calling 911. "Don't hang up," Cal said. "I won't." She dialed on her own phone. The typewriter typed again. 9. I stared at the page. Then another key struck. One, then another. One, the line read, "Eli, call 911. Tess saw it and went pale in a way that made the freckles on her cheeks stand out sharply. "I already am," she said, mostly to herself. The emergency operator answered in her ear. Tess gave the address in Freeport with a crispness I had heard from her in court, professional and controlled, but her free hand trembled against the counter. She explained that a man was alone in a residence and believed there was an intruder inside. She did not mention the typewriter. She did not mention anything that would make the operator slow down and ask whether anyone had taken anything. Cal remained on speaker in my hand. For several seconds, we heard only small house noises from his end. A faint creak, something tapping, maybe a loose branch against siding. Then he whispered, "The hall light just went out." "Power outage?" I asked. "No, just upstairs. Study still has power." "Breaker, maybe." Tess relayed that. "Possible intruder, possible electrical issue. Caller still inside." The operator must have told her to tell Cal to leave if safe. "Cal," Tess said, "leave now. Don't check upstairs. Don't confront anyone. Go outside and wait for police away from the house." "I can't." "Why not? My keys are gone." The sentence dropped into the room. "What do you mean gone?" I asked. "I put them on the desk." "They're not here. Check your pockets." "Do you think I didn't check my pockets?" "Cal, no, do tell me." "They were on the desk beside the folder. Now they're gone." The typewriter made a soft internal spring sound. I flinched before it typed. Desk Tess whispered something to the operator, then covered her microphone. "What desk?" "Dad's," I said. "No, here." She pointed at my kitchen table. Under the typewriter, half hidden by its iron base, was a folded piece of paper I hadn't noticed before. Not the sheet rolled into the platen. A separate paper, flattened under one rear foot. I reached for it. Tess caught my sleeve. "Don't touch it barehanded." She was thinking like a lawyer now, which meant she was frightened enough to become useful. I grabbed a dish towel and lifted the typewriter slightly. It was absurdly heavy. My wrists ached. Tess slid the paper free with the edge of a junk mail envelope. It was old, but not antique old. Printer paper, cream from age, folded twice. On the outside, in blue ink, was my father's handwriting. For Eli, if necessary. My knees weakened, not buckled, just softened the way bad stairs feel underfoot. "That's impossible," I said. Tess looked at me. "It was under the typewriter. I didn't put it there. I didn't say you did, but the words hung between us anyway. Cal heard us." "What did you find?" I didn't answer. Tess said, "An envelope or letter with Eli's name." "Open it," Cal said. "No," Tess and I said at the same time. From Cal's end came another thump, closer now. He stopped whispering and started breathing through his mouth. "Someone's on the stairs," he said. Tess uncovered her microphone and spoke rapidly to the operator. "He hears movement on the stairs. He's in the study. Door location. Cal, can you lock the study door?" "No lock. Barricade it." "With what? The chair, desk, anything?" I heard scraping through the phone. Wood against wood, Cal grunting. Then a crash, followed by him cursing in pain. "What happened?" I said. "Chair leg snapped. Cut my hand." "How bad?" "I don't know." "Wet." Tess repeated the injury to the operator. I looked at the typewriter. At the message it had typed. At the folded paper with Dad's handwriting. This could be explained, I told myself, but the explanations were getting uglier. Someone had removed the typewriter from Dad's study. Someone had planted or kept Dad's letter under it. Someone had arranged for it to reach me through a rummage sale. Someone might now be inside Dad's house with Cal. That someone could be Owen, or someone Owen worked for, or someone neither of us knew, someone Dad had known, someone tied to the empty cabinet and the torn envelope. The supernatural version was terrifying. The human version was worse. The human version could drive. The human version could pick locks. The human version could know my apartment. "Eli," Cal whispered, "I need you here. Police are coming." "From where?" "Freeport, Brunswick. It'll take time. Stay in the study. The window's painted shut. Break it. It's old glass. It opens onto the slope by the bulkhead. Then break it." With my bleeding hand, Tess looked at me sharply. "Do not tell him to do something stupid." "What do you want me to tell him?" "To survive without slicing an artery because you're panicking." Cal gave a tight laugh through his nose. "Good to hear you two are still you." Then the study door at Dad's house rattled. Not opened, rattled. A hand tried the knob. Cal made a sound I had never heard from him, small and involuntary. Tess went still. The operator's voice buzzed tiny and urgent from her phone. "Cal," Tess said, calm as a blade, "move away from the door. Put the desk between you and it if you can. Do not speak." Too late. The person on the other side knocked. 3 soft taps. Then a voice said, faint through Cal's phone, "Eli." Not Cal, me, my name through a stranger's mouth. Tess's face changed. I felt something in me peel open, not fear exactly, but recognition of the shape of a trap. The person outside the study door said again, "Eli Mercer," Cal whispered. "Who is that?" I couldn't answer. The voice was male, controlled, not shouting. He sounded close to the door, mouth almost against it. "I know he's listening," the man said. Tess turned her phone microphone away. "Do you recognize him?" "No, but I thought of Owen's beard wet with rain, his flat phone in his palm, his polite, tense smile, careful with it." The typewriter began typing again. Not one key at a time now. Faster. Clack, clack, clack. Do not open. The carriage struck the bell at the margin with a bright, cheerful ding that made Tess jerk. At Dad's house, the knob rattled harder. Cal dragged something heavy. A shelf, maybe. Books fell. The sound of paper sliding across wood came through the phone like dry leaves. Tess spoke to the operator again. The intruder is at the door. He knows my boyfriend's name. Caller is trapped in the study. The operator must have asked whether we were with Cal. No, Tess said. We're in Portland. She listened. No, we cannot get there before officers. Then she looked at me, and her expression said exactly the opposite of her words, because we both knew the distance. Portland to Freeport could be 25 minutes if the highway was kind, and you drove like you hated your future. Police should get there faster. Should. But Cal was locked in a room with a door that did not lock, a broken chair, a bleeding hand, and a stranger who had just called my name. I'm going, I said. Tess grabbed my arm. No, he asked for me. That is not a reason. That is bait. It's my brother. You calling 911 was the correct action. You driving into this is not. I'm not leaving him. You left him plenty of times. The words cracked across the kitchen. I deserved them. That did not make them easier to hear. Cal shouted. The phone distorted. A crash followed, loud enough that Tess's operator heard it through both devices. Cal, I yelled. For 3 seconds there was no answer. Then Cal came back, gasping. Bookshelves down, doors jammed, I'm okay, hands bad. At the study door, the man laughed once. Quietly, not amused, patient. Then he said, Eli, you have something that belongs to me. The typewriter typed. Bring the letter. Tess looked at the folded paper on the table. No, she said. The machine struck again. Bring it or Cal signs. The last word landed wrong in my head. Signs what? I said aloud. Cal heard me. What? What does that mean? The man outside his door answered. He'll understand soon. Then the line filled with a sharp electronic shriek. Cal cursed. Tess shouted his name. The phone crackled, cut to a hollow tone, then reconnected for half a second with an ugly scraping sound before going dead. Call failed. I hit redial immediately. Nothing. Straight to voicemail. Tess tried from her phone. Same result. Service dropped, she said, though she didn't sound like she believed it. Or he broke the phone. Police are on the way. How far? She listened to the operator, then repeated, units dispatched. That's not a time. It's what we have. The typewriter sat motionless. The page had curled higher now, crowded with commands that looked absurdly ordinary in black ink. Eli, call 911. Do not open. Bring the letter. Bring it, or Cal signs. Tess ended the 911 call only when the operator told her to keep her line clear for callbacks. Then she immediately took photos of the page, the typewriter, the folded paper, and the text from Cal. Her hands moved quickly, efficiently. Her fear had become procedure. We take this to the police, she said. Portland PD, state police, whoever. We do not drive to Freeport with evidence in our lap like idiots in a movie. We don't know what the letter says. That's evidence too, he said. Bring it. He said that because he wants you there. He's with Cal, maybe. Or maybe Cal got out and your phone dropped. Maybe the guy left. Maybe the police are pulling up right now. Maybe isn't enough. Tess stared at me. For a moment, behind the fear and anger, I saw exhaustion. Not from tonight. From me. from every delayed call, every tomorrow, every small dodge that had taught her I could turn absence into a lifestyle. "Eli," she said, softer, "you are not going to fix your entire history with your brother by driving toward a man who prepared this." My mouth opened. Nothing useful came out. A sound came from the hall outside my apartment. Both of us froze. Not the pipes, not Mrs. Capper's dog, not the building settling. A footstep on the stairs. Then another, slow, wet. Someone had entered the building from the street. The tailor shop below was empty. The outside door lock had stuck for months, and half the tenants didn't pull it shut because the latch needed a shoulder. I had complained to the landlord twice. He had sent back a thumbs-up emoji and done nothing. Another step. Tess whispered, "Did Cal tell anyone your address?" "No, Owen could have followed you." The typewriter clacked once. A single letter appeared at the bottom of the page. H, then another. E, then a third. R, then the fourth. E, here the footsteps stopped outside my door. My apartment lock was old, the kind with a loose brass knob and a deadbolt I trusted mostly because I wanted to. Beneath the door, in the narrow slice of hallway light, a shadow cut across the threshold. Tess moved first. She grabbed the folded letter with the junk mail envelope, shoved it into a plastic takeout bag, and pressed it against my chest. "Window," she whispered. "We're on the second floor. Fire escape." The fire escape was outside the bedroom window, which was painted but not sealed, because last summer I had forced it open during a heat wave with a putty knife and bad language. It led down to the alley behind the tailor shop. The doorknob turned, slowly, not enough to open, just enough to test the lock. Tess lifted a finger to her lips. My phone buzzed in my hand, a text from an unknown number. "Bring the letter to your father's house. 30 minutes. Come alone, or your brother confesses first." A second message arrived before I could breathe. It was a photo. Cal's hand, palm down on Dad's desk, blood smeared across his knuckles. Beside it sat a sheet of paper rolled into another typewriter. Only the first line was visible. "I, Calvin Mercer, confess." The knob turned again. This time, the deadbolt shifted in its frame with a small wooden creak. Tess pushed me toward the bedroom. The choice from 5 minutes ago was gone. Stay or leave had become something narrower and meaner. Leave quietly with the letter, while someone stood outside my door. Or open it and find out how much closer the trap already was. The bedroom window stuck halfway open. Of course it did. Tess had one knee on my unmade bed and both hands under the sash, pushing upward with a kind of silent fury that made the muscles in her forearms stand out. I had the plastic takeout bag with Dad's folded letter shoved inside my jacket, flat against my ribs, and the typewriter page folded into Tess's coat pocket because she had insisted we needed photographs and a physical copy if the thing was evidence. Behind us in the kitchen, the old Underwood sat on the table. In front of us, the window frame groaned. Outside, rain misted sideways through the gap, cold and needling. The fire escape waited beyond it, black iron slick under the alley light. Below that was the narrow service alley behind Congress Street, running between the old tailor shop and the brick-back wall of a Thai restaurant that always smelled faintly of fryer oil, basil, and bleach. At the apartment door, the knob turned again, then stopped. Tess whispered, "Move." I got my fingers under the window sash beside hers. The wood bit into the pads of my fingers. I pushed until my shoulders shook. Nothing. "Eli," Tess hissed. "I'm trying." The deadbolt made a tiny metallic click. Not opening. Not yet. Just pressure finding slack in old hardware. I grabbed the putty knife from the top of my dresser, the same one I'd used last summer, and drove it into the painted seam. Chips of white paint flaked onto the sill. The sound seemed impossibly loud. I worked the blade down, then up, then shoved my shoulder under the frame and lifted. The window released all at once. It slammed upward with a wooden bang. We both froze. The hallway outside my apartment went quiet. Then someone knocked. 3 soft taps. The same rhythm Cal had heard at Dad's study door. Tess climbed through first because she was smaller and because she did not waste time pretending I was brave for going first. She stepped onto the fire escape platform, slipped, caught the railing with both hands, and sucked air through her teeth. "You okay?" I whispered. "Go." I went after her. My foot hit wet iron and skidded. My shin cracked against the lower rail hard enough to send a white flash through my vision. I swallowed a curse, pulled the window down as far as I could behind us, and followed Tess down the narrow metal stairs. Every step rang under our weight. Not loudly, not movie loud. Worse, the sound carried in small metallic taps through the alley, bouncing off brick and dumpsters, and the closed windows of apartments where people had their televisions turned up. My hands slid on the railing. Rust came off under my palms like damp powder. The alley smelled of wet cardboard, cooking grease, and old beer. At the bottom of the fire escape, Tess dropped the last 4 feet to the pavement and landed badly, one ankle bending under her before she caught herself against the restaurant wall. "Tess, I'm fine. You're limping." I said I'm fine. Above us, my bedroom window lifted, just a few inches. A hand appeared under the sash. Bare fingers, pale in the alley light. We ran. We went north through the alley toward the gap that opened onto Cumberland Avenue, not toward Congress, because anyone at my front door would expect stairs, lobby, sidewalk. Tess moved fast despite the limp, one hand pressed to the wall whenever the pavement dipped. I kept looking back, which slowed me down and made me nearly trip over a broken milk crate beside the dumpster. At the alley mouth, a delivery driver in a green rain jacket was smoking under the restaurant awning. His name was Luis Ramirez, 24, male, from Hartford, Connecticut. Though at that moment, he was just a startled guy with a cigarette stuck to his lower lip and a paper bag of takeout balanced in one hand. He watched us burst from behind the building like we had been thrown. "You good?" he asked. "No," Tess said. "Call 911 if someone comes out behind us." Louis looked past us into the alley. "Someone chasing you?" "Yes," I said. "No," Tess said at the same time. Was how bad we were already doing. Louis reached for his phone anyway. "What do they look like?" I turned back. No one had come out. The alley was empty except for rain glittering under the light and the fire escape dripping steadily onto the pavement. For one stupid second, I thought maybe we had imagined the hand. Then the unknown number texted again. 26 minutes. Tess saw my screen and swore. car, I said. My car, S on High Street, she said. Metered spot near the courthouse. Mine's behind the building. Too obvious. My keys are upstairs. She stared at me. What? You left your keys upstairs? I wasn't planning a tactical retreat through the bedroom window. Tess squeezed her eyes shut like she might physically hold back yelling. Then she opened them and pointed west. High Street. We go fast. We keep to lit sidewalks. We call the police again from the car. It was a reasonable plan. It failed in 9 minutes. We cut down Cumberland, then crossed toward High Street with hoods up and heads low. Portland, on a wet Saturday night, looked too alive for what was happening to us. People were coming out of bars, laughing under umbrellas. A couple argued beside a parked Subaru. A city bus wheezed at the stop near the museum, doors sighing open, warm yellow interior, light spilling onto the curb. Nobody looked at us long enough to be useful. My shin throbbed with each step. Tess's limp got worse after the second block. You need to slow down, I said. You need to stop saying things that aren't options. The courthouse came into view, square and pale behind rain. Tess's car, a blue Honda Civic with a cracked passenger mirror, was parked half a block down under a maple tree that had dropped wet seed pods all over the windshield. For one breath, the sight of it steadied me. A car meant doors, locks, heat, movement. Then Tess stopped. The rear driver's side tire was flat. Not low, flat. The sidewall had a dark horizontal cut in it. Tess walked to it slowly, as if getting closer might change what we saw. She crouched and touched the rubber, then lifted her fingers. Black grime streaked her skin. Knife, she said, could have hit something. She looked up at me, right. Someone had cut it. She stood too fast and winced from her ankle. We call Portland police now. I thought we were calling from the car. We were. Now we call from the sidewalk, because whoever did this wanted us on foot. I looked up and down the street. Cars slid by, tires hissing. A group of college-age kids passed on the opposite sidewalk, one of them singing half of a song and forgetting the rest. Normal life moved around us in loose, careless loops. Tess called 911 again and gave our location. This time she included more. The threat, Cal's location, the unknown number, the damaged tire, the person outside my apartment. She still did not lead with the typewriter. She said evidence had been left with us. She said a family member was being coerced. The dispatcher told us officers were responding and asked if we were in immediate danger. Tess looked at the cut tire. Yes, she said. While she spoke, I tried Cal again. Straight to voicemail. Then I tried the unknown number. It rang once. A man answered. No background noise, no breath, just the line opening. Where are you? I said. Tess snapped her head toward me. The man said, Not alone, Eli. The voice was calm, the same one from Dad's study door. Hearing it directly through my phone did something ugly to my stomach. What do you want? You know what I want. The letter? Yes. What's in it? A pause, then, something your father should have burned. Tess grabbed my wrist and mouthed, hang up. I didn't. Let Cal go, I said. Your brother is writing. No, he is. He is, slowly. He keeps bleeding on the paper. I stepped away from Tess without meaning to, as if distance could make the words less visible on my face. The man continued, "Bring the letter to the house. No police with you, no girlfriend. You have 21 minutes. You're watching us." "Yes." "From where?" He hung up. Tess's expression was controlled in a way that meant she was close to losing it. "What did he say?" "He wants me alone." "No." He said Dad should have burned the letter. "Eli." He said Cal is writing. "Eli." "What?" She pointed across the street. A gray Ford pickup idled by the curb near the museum loading zone. Its headlights were off, wipers moving slowly. I could not see the driver through the rain-streaked windshield. My chest tightened. "That him?" Tess asked. "I don't know." The truck sat there. Then its passenger door opened. A man stepped out wearing a dark coat. I grabbed Tess and pulled her behind the Civic before thought caught up with me. She stumbled, gasped in pain, and hit the wet pavement on one knee. "Jesus, Eli." The man across the street shouted, "Hey, you okay?" He started toward us. I backed up, looking for a weapon, a root, anything. My hand found the tire iron in Tess's open trunk because she had popped it for the spare before seeing the sidewall. I lifted it. The man stopped in the street, hands half raised. He was older than Owen, thinner, with a Portland Parking Division badge clipped to his jacket. "Whoa," he said. "I'm just checking the loading zone." Behind him, the gray pickup's amber roof light flicked on. Tess looked at me from the pavement. The embarrassment arrived hot and useless. The man's name was Frank Bell, 59, male, from Augusta, Maine. A municipal parking enforcement supervisor finishing a wet evening shift downtown. He kept his hands visible after seeing the tire iron, which made me feel worse, and asked if we needed medical help or police. Tess, still on one knee, said, "Police are already coming." Frank glanced at the flat tire. His face changed when he saw the cut. "That wasn't road damage," he said. "No," Tess said. "He offered to wait with us until officers arrived. That should have been good, a witness, a city employee, a person with a radio and a truck." Then my phone buzzed. 19 minutes. Tell Frank to leave. I looked up sharply. Frank was still beside his truck. Tess saw the message and whispered, "How does he know his name?" Frank had not told us his name until 30 seconds ago. Unless the watcher was close enough to hear. Unless the watcher could see the badge. Unless we were being watched from one of the darkened upper windows of the museum, or a parked car, or the apartment building behind us, or the sidewalk crowd that kept moving and blurring in the rain. The trap tightened not with a dramatic snap, but with options disappearing one by one. Police were coming, but not here yet. Cal was in Freeport. The car was disabled. The watcher was close enough. Tess stood, jaw clenched against pain. We go inside the courthouse lobby. It's closed. There are cameras outside. "Good," Frank said. "Stand under them." My phone buzzed again. A photo this time, not Cal, my apartment kitchen, the typewriter on the table, the page still in it. And beside the typewriter, Tess's open bag. The photo had been taken from inside my apartment. Tess made a sound that was almost too quiet to hear. "They're inside," she said. Frank took one step closer. "Inside where?" "My apartment," I said. He reached for the radio clipped at his shoulder. Before he could press it, my phone rang. Unknown number. Tess shook her head. I answered anyway. The man said, "You are not understanding the problem." "What problem?" "You keep trying to make this public. Your father tried that too." My father is dead, and careful men can still cause trouble after death. A soft shuffle came through the line. Paper, maybe. The police will find your brother with a signed confession if you waste more time. Confession to what? To what you did. I stopped breathing correctly. Tess must have seen something in my face because she stepped closer. What did he say? The man spoke again. You remember Biddeford? The word hit so hard that downtown Portland seemed to tilt. Biddeford. A bar parking lot behind a low building with green siding. Rain then too, or maybe sleet. My father calling. Me looking at the screen, drunk and furious from a fight with Cal about the house, letting it ring. Me backing out too fast. A dull impact, not a person. I had told myself not a person. A trash bin, a wooden post, something. I had checked in the mirror and seen only darkness and wet pavement. I had driven away with my bumper dented inward and my hands shaking so badly I missed the turn onto Route 1. The next morning, Dad was found on his kitchen floor after a stroke. Alive, then not alive 3 days later. That was the guilt I carried. Not murder, not crime, neglect, cowardice. A call unanswered, but the stranger had said Biddeford. How do you know that? I asked. Tess's face went still. The line clicked dead. Frank was speaking into his radio now, asking for expedited police response, giving our location, describing threats and possible stalking. His practical voice should have helped. It didn't. World had become too full of people hearing pieces of my life. Tess said, Eli, what happened in Biddeford? Not now. That means now. I said not now. You don't get to drag me through a window, wave a tire iron at a parking officer, and then decide we're keeping emotional privacy. Frank looked away politely, but he was close enough to hear every word. My phone buzzed again. 16 minutes. Then another message. Read the letter or bring it unopened. Your choice. Tess and I looked at each other. It was the first real choice we had been offered, which made it feel less like a choice. Don't, Tess said. It's addressed to me. It may be bait. It's already bait. Exactly. Sirens sounded somewhere west, faint, and not yet ours. Frank said, that could be for you. Tess took my phone and checked the screen. We stay here, officers arrive. We hand them everything. That is attempt 1. We do it properly. Attempt 1 lasted less than a minute. A call came in on Tess's phone from the dispatcher. She answered, listened, then frowned. What do you mean already on scene? Frank turned. Tess's voice sharpened. No officer has approached us. The dispatcher spoke. Tess looked around, scanning the sidewalk, the street, the courthouse steps. They're at the apartment, she said. My stomach dropped. She listened again. Tell them not to enter alone. The suspect may still be inside. Another pause. What fire? For a second, all the rain and traffic seemed to flatten. Tess put the phone on speaker. The dispatcher's voice came through, controlled but urgent. Portland Fire has been dispatched to your residence for a reported smoke condition. Officers are being redirected. Are you currently safe at the courthouse location? Smoke condition. My apartment. The typewriter. The original page. Tess's bag. The old building above the empty tailor shop, with Mrs. Capper and her dog across the hall, and Eddie on the 3rd floor who used oxygen when he slept, and the rear stairs that always smelled like paint thinner because the landlord stored supplies in the basement. human threat, environmental hazard, procedural failure, all of it at once. "We have to go back," I said. Tess stared at me. "No, my neighbors are in there. Fire is already dispatched. It's 3 blocks. The person who threatened you may be there. That's why we need to tell them. We can call." We did call. "They're split between Freeport here and my apartment because someone is moving us around like pieces." Frank said, "Do not go back into a possible fire." But he said it with the weary voice of a man who knew people ignored that sentence all the time. Smoke was not visible from where we stood. Buildings blocked the view. But then, over the rain, I heard another siren. Closer. Turning onto Congress, maybe. Tess put a hand to her forehead. She looked suddenly exhausted. Wet hair stuck to her cheek. Her ankle had begun to swell above her shoe. My shin pulsed. We were both breathing like we had run miles instead of blocks. "Okay," she said. "We go back to the corner, not inside. We find the fire crew. We hand them what we know. Then we go to Freeport with police, not alone." It was a compromise. It also failed. Moved fast, Frank following in his truck along the curb with his amber light on, which would have been almost funny in another life. We cut back east toward Congress. Halfway down the block, I finally opened Dad's letter. I did it while walking, rain hitting the paper, Tess cursing at me to stop, my fingers clumsy and cold. The page inside was handwritten. Not long, just a few lines. "Eli, if this reaches you, don't trust the confession pages. Not mine, not yours, not Cal S. Lasky kept copies. Uses shame like a lockpick. The Underwood is only a delivery system. The real records are in the ribbon tins. I should have told you before the accident. I am sorry." Dad, I stopped so suddenly Tess bumped into me. "Lasky," I said. "Owen Lasky." I looked at the last line again. "Before the accident. Not before the stroke. The accident." Tess read over my shoulder. Rain spotted the ink, blurring the edges of my father's apology. "What accident?" she asked. I couldn't answer, because I didn't know, or because I was afraid I did. At the corner of Congress, we saw my building. Firefighters were outside. Red lights strobed against wet brick. Tenants stood under awnings and umbrellas, wrapped in coats, irritated and scared. Mrs. Capwer, 76, female, originally from Leicester, England, but long settled in Maine, stood clutching her small white dog against her chest while it barked at everyone with equal hatred. Eddie from upstairs sat on the back of an ambulance with an oxygen cannula under his nose, coughing into a fist. Smoke drifted from the second-floor windows. My windows, thin gray smoke. Not flames, not yet. A firefighter shouted instructions near the front door. Another carried an axe but hadn't used it. The whole scene smelled like wet wool, diesel exhaust, and burning paper. Tess grabbed my sleeve. "We stay here." But then Mrs. Capper saw me. "Eli," she shouted. There was a man. A firefighter turned toward me. "What man?" I called. "In your flat." He came down the stairs before the alarm. "I thought he was with you." "What did he look like?" She coughed and shook her head. "Dark coat, beard, carrying something round." Tess whispered, "Ribbon tins. The real records are in the ribbon tins." I looked toward the ambulance, the firefighters, the open door to my building, the smoke pushing out into rain. A police cruiser turned onto the block at the far end. Good. Finally. Then My phone buzzed. Too late. Freeport now. A second photo arrived. Cal again. This time he was sitting on the floor of Dad's study, back against the desk, face gray, one hand wrapped badly in a towel. Behind him on the wall was the old framed nautical chart Dad used to keep above the bookcase. And taped over Cal's mouth was a strip of silver duct tape. Under the photo, "Police come in," he signs with blood. "You have 10 minutes to leave Portland." Tess read it and said, "That's impossible. They can't know if police come in. They can if they're still there, or if they have someone watching, or cameras." The words landed at the same time. Dad's house, the study, the broken motion light, the missing keys. A watcher didn't need to be in the room if they had installed cameras. The police cruiser parked half a block away. An officer stepped out, scanning the crowd. This was the second attempt. Involve police directly, hand over evidence, get coordinated help. It began to fail before we reached him. My phone rang again. "Unknown," I answered without thinking. This time, Cal's voice came through, muffled, shaking. "Alive. Eli. Cal, I'm sorry." "What? No, don't talk. He says I have to tell you something first." "Who is he?" Cal breathed hard. Tape pulled at his words, or maybe he had taken it off. "Lasky. Owen Lasky. He says Dad kept a record of what happened in Biddeford. Not your call, before that. His accident, Mom leaving, all of it." "What accident?" Tess was watching me with wet eyes and a hard mouth. Cal whispered, "Eli, he has cameras. He knows when cops are near the driveway." Behind Cal, the man's voice said something I couldn't make out. Cal's breath hitched. "You need to come, please. He says if you don't bring the letter and whatever Dad hid, he'll make me sign. He already has pages typed up." "I don't have whatever Dad hid." "Yes, you do," Cal said. "You bought it. The Underwood. No, not the whole typewriter. The ribbon tins." My apartment was smoking. A firefighter came out carrying the typewriter by its frame, smoke rising from its black enamel in thin threads. The paper in the platen was charred along one edge. The machine looked absurd in his gloved hands, like a rescued pet nobody had wanted. "Sir," I shouted, "that's mine." The firefighter set it on the sidewalk near the engine and told me to stay back. The police officer started toward me. Tess said, "Good. We tell him everything." But I was looking at the typewriter. The ribbon spools were gone. The top cover hung open. Owen had been inside my apartment. He had taken the ribbon. The real records, whatever that meant, were gone unless the letter meant spare tins, extras, something Dad had hidden in or under the machine. I stepped toward it. Tess grabbed me. "Eli, don't," the officer called. "Sir, stay where you are." Cal whispered in my ear, "Eli, he's coming back." Then the call cut out. Not failed, ended. The officer was 20 feet away. Tess's hand was on my arm. Firefighters were moving through my building. Frank's amber light flashed behind us. Police meant records, statements, evidence, help. Police also meant delay, and Owen had arranged every delay so far. I pulled free. Tess said my name once, and it hurt more than if she had shouted. "I'm sorry," I said. I ran to the typewriter. The officer yelled. I ignored him. I grabbed the Underwood's hot metal frame with both hands and pain bit into my palms. Not enough to blister badly, but enough to make me drop it half an inch and curse. The firefighter lunged toward me. I flipped the typewriter on its side. Underneath, where the faded masking tape had been, one rubber foot was missing. Inside the hollow foot cavity sat a small round tin, wedged tight. Not the ribbon spools Owen had taken. A separate tin. I clawed it free with my fingernail and tore skin at the edge of my thumb. Tess reached me then, breathless. "Got it," she said. I stared at her. Was furious, terrified. Still there, the officer grabbed my shoulder. "Sir, step back now." My phone buzzed one last time, 9 minutes. Alone. I looked at Tess. She looked at the tin in my hand, then at the officer, then at the smoke still slipping from my apartment windows. "We can't outrun this," she said. "I know." But Cal was in a house 25 minutes away. Owen had cameras. The police were only just assembling pieces, and the tin in my burned hand suddenly felt heavier than the typewriter. The officer tightened his grip. "You need to come with me." Across the street, Frank shouted, "Hey!" A dark sedan pulled away from the curb beside the fire engine. For half a second, I saw the driver through the rain-streaked window. Beard, dark coat, pale face turned toward me. Owen. Tess saw him too. The sedan accelerated east down Congress, toward I-295, toward Freeport, toward Cal. The police officer turned at Frank's shout, and his grip loosened. That was the point where retreat stopped being real. Not because it was wise, because Owen had the road, the ribbon, my brother, and the head start. I shoved the tin into Tess's hand. "Give this to the police," I said. Then I broke away from the officer, ran into the street, and threw myself into the open passenger side of Frank Bell's city pickup just as Frank shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" "Yes," I said, slamming the door. Frank looked at Tess, then at the sedan disappearing through the rain. Then, against every rule he probably had, he hit the gas. Behind us, Tess stood beside the fire engine with the tin clenched in her fist, and a police officer running toward her, while ahead of us Owen's taillights bent toward the highway, and the last clean way back vanished in the wet red blur. Frank drove like a man who had spent 30 years obeying traffic laws and had decided, all at once, to see what they were made of. The city pickup lurched east through the rain, with the amber roof light blinking against storefront windows, orange washing over dark glass, brick, wet pavement, my own white face in the passenger window. Behind us, Portland blurred into sirens and smoke, and Tess, standing by the fire engine with the ribbon tin in her hand. Ahead, Owen's sedan moved in and out of sight, 2 red taillights threading through traffic toward the highway. "You understand," Frank said, gripping the wheel hard enough that his knuckles looked polished. "I am not a cop. I know. I write tickets. I supervise people who write tickets. I once got yelled at for putting a cone too close to a loading zone. I know. You do not know. That man may have a weapon. He has my brother." Frank swore under his breath and took the ramp onto I-295 North with the tires hissing over standing water. The truck shuddered at highway speed. It smelled of damp vinyl, old coffee, and the chemical sweetness of the tree-shaped air freshener swinging from the rearview. My palms burned where I had grabbed the hot typewriter frame. My shin throbbed. My thumb bled slowly into the cuff of my jacket. Small injuries, all of them, but together they made my body feel borrowed and badly handled. My phone sat on my knee. No signal from Cal. No messages from Owen. No calls from Tess. That last part scared me most. I tried her anyway. It rang once. She answered. "Tell me you're not dead," she said. "I'm not dead. Not enough. We're on 295. Frank's driving." Frank glanced over. "Tell her I'm doing this under protest." "He's doing it under protest." "Good," Tess said. Her voice was tight and fast, with wind and voices behind her. "Listen to me. I gave the tin to the officer, but not before I looked inside. You opened it. You ran off with a parking supervisor. I made executive decisions. What was in it? Ribbon, not regular fresh ribbon. Used, coiled tight. Also a strip of paper with numbers, dates maybe, and one word, August. Frank changed lanes around a box truck. Water sprayed our windshield. The wipers beat it away in frantic arcs. "August what?" I asked. "No year. Police are trying to process the mess you left them." I told them about Freeport, Owen, Cal, everything. They're contacting units there. They already had units. Dispatch says the first Freeport officer got a false call about a crash on Flying Point Road and diverted for 6 minutes. Frank slapped the steering wheel once. "Of course." Tess continued. "Eli, listen. The officer here thinks Owen may be using old landline wiring or cheap cameras on a local network. That house still has power, right? As far as I know. Then cut it." "What?" "If you get there before police coordinate. And I am not telling you to go in. But if you do something stupid, cut power to the house. Cameras, lights, maybe whatever printer or laptop he's using. Don't confront him in a room where he controls the view." Frank said, "That's actually not bad." "You hear that?" Tess said. "The parking man agrees with me." "Supervisor," Frank muttered. "Tess," I said. "What? I'm sorry." There was a pause on the line. "Not long enough." "Be alive later," she said. "Apologize then." The call clicked off. Frank kept his eyes forward. "She sounds smart." "She is. Smarter than you. By a lot." "Good. Then we'll use her plan." Owen left the highway at the Freeport exit. Frank followed, but not too close. The sedan moved through the commercial stretch past darkened outlet stores and restaurant signs shining in rain. Then it turned east, away from town, toward the darker roads that led to the water. I knew the route by muscle memory. Past the gas station where Dad always complained about prices. Past the turn for Wolf's Neck. Down toward Flying Point Road where the houses spread out and trees pressed closer, their wet branches flashing silver in the headlights. Frank killed the amber light. "Don't want him seeing us," he said. "He knows everything else. Maybe not this." That was the thing about real fear. It made you superstitious about tactics. You started believing in inches, in slight advantages, in one unlit turn or one quiet footstep making the difference between a living person and a story people told later in careful voices. Owen's sedan turned down Dad's gravel lane. Frank pulled over before the turn and cut the headlights. For a moment, the world was only rain ticking on the cab roof and the engine clicking as it idled. Dad's house sat at the end of the lane, maybe 200 yards in, tucked behind pines and a sloping yard that ran down toward a muddy inlet. In daylight, it looked tired but harmless. Gray shingles, white trim, a detached garage leaning slightly left, stone steps slick with moss, porch rails that needed paint. At night in rain, it looked like something abandoned on purpose. "We wait for police," Frank said. I opened the door. "Or you do that." Cold air hit my face. I stepped out and nearly went down when my bad shin took weight on uneven gravel. Frank came around the truck, moving faster than I expected for a man his age. "Hey, no solo hero nonsense. I need to get close enough to see. You need to not die." We kept to the tree line along the lane, using the pines for cover. The rain helped. It made everything noisy and indistinct. The house showed through branches in pieces: porch, front windows, the sloped roof, the dark garage. Owen's sedan was parked near the side door, angled badly, driver's door open. That bothered me. People in control closed doors. From somewhere inside the house came a crash. Then Cal screamed. Not long. One sharp sound cut off almost immediately. I ran. Frank cursed and ran after me. The side door opened into the mudroom. Dad's old boots were still lined up beneath the coat hooks, stiff and dusty, as if he might come back wet from the yard and complain that someone had moved his newspaper. The smell hit me first: damp wood, mildew, old wool, and something sharper. Ink. Not fresh ink exactly. Hot ribbon. Ozone from overloaded electronics. Frank grabbed my shoulder before I crossed into the kitchen. He pointed down. A wire ran ankle-high across the mudroom doorway, dark against the threshold. I stopped so hard pain shot up my leg. The wire was tied to a stack of paint Ken's balanced on a shelf. If I had hit it, they would have crashed down. Not a bomb, not even a serious trap. A noise trap, a way to announce us. Frank lifted the wire with 2 fingers and ducked under it. "Parking enforcement," he whispered. "We notice stupid stuff in thresholds." The kitchen was dark except for a small under-cabinet light over the sink. Dirty water sat in 2 mugs. A laptop was open on the table, showing a grid of camera feeds: the driveway, the porch, the study door, the front stairs, the inside of my apartment kitchen frozen in a grainy still. That image nearly stopped me. My own kitchen from a camera I had never seen. Frank leaned over the laptop. There, cameras. A feed showed Cal in Dad's study. Was on the floor beside the desk, one wrist zip tied to the radiator pipe, his face bruised near the cheekbone. Blood had darkened the towel around his hand. A sheet of paper sat on the desk above him, rolled into an old portable typewriter I recognized only vaguely from childhood: gray case, missing cover. Owen stood in the room with his back partly to the camera. He had a gun in his right hand. Small, black, real. Frank whispered, "Nope." He pulled out his phone and backed toward the mudroom. "We leave, we call. Gun changes everything." Then the laptop speaker crackled. Owen's voice came from the kitchen table. "I can hear you, Eli." Frank froze. On the screen, Owen turned toward the study camera. "You found the kitchen. Good. That saves time." I stepped closer to the laptop before Frank could stop me. "Let him go." Owen smiled slightly on the feed. In the flat black and white camera view, he looked less like a man than a bad photocopy of one. "Bring the letter and the tin." "I don't have the tin. You're lying. I gave it to police." His smile disappeared. That was the first time I saw him afraid, not panicked, not beaten, but something shifted. Cal lifted his head on the screen. "Eli, I'm here, I said. Frank mouthed, don't. Owen bent and grabbed Cal by the hair, pulling his head back. Cal's face twisted. He made a choked sound through clenched teeth. Tell him to stop wasting my night, Owen said. Stop, I said. I'll come in. Frank shook his head hard. Owen looked past the camera toward the study door. No, you will first turn off your phone and leave your friend in the kitchen. No, the gun moved. Not dramatically, just enough. Eli, Cal said, voice shaking. Don't. Owen pressed the gun against the side of Cal's neck. The world narrowed to that small contact point. Metal, skin. Cal's eyes squeezed shut. I turned off my phone. Frank grabbed my wrist. Absolutely not. I looked at him. Police are coming. Yes. How far? I don't know. Then keep them coming. You walk in there, your leverage. I already am. Frank's hand tightened. For a second, I thought he might physically hold me there. Then another sound came from the laptop, Cal gagging as Owen pulled harder. Frank released me. Power, he whispered. Basement panel, if I can find it. I nodded once. Then I walked down the hall toward Dad's study. Every step pulled memory from the walls. The nick in the baseboard from where Cal crashed a toy truck when he was 6. The framed photo of our parents on Peaks Island, still hanging crooked because nobody had been willing to take it down. The rug runner Dad kept meaning to replace. The smell of old house dust and rain through bad seals. The study door was open. Owen stood behind Cal now, gun in one hand, a typed page in the other. He was shorter than I remembered from the church sale, or maybe fear had made him larger there. His beard was wet at the edges. Mud streaked one pant leg. His eyes were red-rimmed, not from crying, from exhaustion. Cal was tied to the radiator pipe with 2 zip ties looped together. His right hand was wrapped in the towel, soaked through at the palm. His lips were split. He looked at me, and I saw fury there under the fear. Good. Fury meant alive. Owen said, "Where's the tin? With police. You should not have done that. You set my apartment on fire." I started paper in the sink. The building alarm did the rest. As if that makes it polite. Jaw tightened. You have no idea what your father did. So tell me, that was always the problem with your family. You think confession is the same as truth. The portable typewriter on Dad's desk held a page. The first line read, I, Calvin Mercer, confess that on August 14, August. Tess's strip of paper. What happened on August 14? I asked. Cal looked confused. Owen watched me carefully. Your father never told you. My father didn't tell me a lot. He killed my wife. The room seemed to lose its edges. Rain struck the study window behind him. Tap, 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 a familiar old rhythm. Dad used to sit in that chair during storms, tapping back with a pen against his mug. Owen's voice stayed controlled, but his face had gone rigid. Marion Lasky, he said, 39, pediatric nurse, coming home from a late shift in Biddeford. Your father crossed the center line on Route 1. She swerved, hit a utility pole. He walked away. She didn't. Cal whispered, no. Yes, Owen snapped the word at him. He made it disappear. Not alone, a police friend, an insurance adjuster, a lawyer. And then he kept records because men like him think guilt becomes nobility if they archive it neatly. I thought of the hidden cabinet, Dad's folders, his locked spaces, my own Biddeford night, years later, my dented bumper, my fear that I had repeated something I didn't even understand. "What does that have to do with Cal?" I asked. Owen held up the typed confession. "Your brother signs. Says he found the records, destroyed them, and admits your father told him everything before he died. It ruins the estate, the sale, the reputation. It gives me leverage. That's not justice. No, justice is expensive. This is what I can afford." The lights went out, all at once. The desk lamp died. The underhall glow vanished. The camera light near the ceiling blinked and went dark. Frank had found the panel. For half a second, nobody moved. Then Owen fired. Gunshot inside the study was not like movies. It was flat and huge and physical. A hard slap that turned the room white behind my eyes. The bullet hit the wall near the door, spraying plaster. Cal shouted. I dropped before I knew I was dropping, shoulder slamming into the side of the desk. Pain burst through my collarbone. Owen cursed in the dark. The emergency light on the laptop battery in the hall threw a weak rectangle across the floor, just enough to see shapes. Cal twisted against the radiator. The gun moved as a shadow in Owen's hand. I grabbed the first solid thing my fingers found. Dad's brass desk lamp. The one I had taken from the study weeks ago had been its twin. This one was heavier, still on the desk, unplugged now, green glass shade cold under my palm. I swung it low, not at Owen's head, not heroically, just at where I thought his wrist was. The lamp connected with bone. Owen screamed. The gun fell. It hit the floor and slid under the desk. Cal kicked at it, but the zip tie snapped him short. Owen hit me with his left fist. Not a clean punch. A desperate, ugly blow that caught my mouth and filled it with the taste of blood. I stumbled into the bookcase. Something heavy fell and glanced off my shoulder. He lunged for the gun. I lunged too. We collided on the rug. His elbow drove into my burned palm. I yelled despite myself. He smelled of wet wool, sweat, and smoke. I got one hand on his coat collar. He got a hand around my throat. Not enough to choke me fully. Enough. The room became pieces. Cal shouting, rain, my own breath scraping. Owen's fingers digging under my jaw. I punched him in the ribs. Once. Twice. Nothing. He was stronger than panic should have allowed. Or I was weaker than guilt had let me admit. Then Cal did the only thing he could. He slammed his injured hand down onto the portable typewriter. Keys jammed under the bandaged palm with a metallic crunch. He screamed through his teeth, but the machine shifted on the desk and toppled sideways, dragging the confession page with it. The typewriter struck Owen's shoulder. Not enough to knock him out, enough to loosen his grip. I sucked air and grabbed the fallen typewriter with both hands. It was lighter than the underwood, but still solid iron and steel. I shoved it across the rug toward the desk, sweeping blindly. Metal hit metal. The gun skittered out from under the desk and across the floor, into the open doorway. A flashlight beam cut through the hall. Police, drop it, Owen froze. So did I for one clean, impossible second. Rescue seemed to have arrived at exactly the right time. Then Owen moved, not for the gun, for Cal. He pulled a folding knife from his coat pocket and grabbed Cal by the collar, blade pressing under Cal's chin. The flashlight beam shook. A voice shouted commands from the hall. Another flashlight appeared behind the first. "Back up," Owen yelled. "Back up, or I open him." The police stopped at the doorway. Not cowards, not slow. Real people with a real hostage 6 feet in front of them and a dark room full of bad angles. Owen's breathing was ragged now. His control had cracked. That made him more dangerous. "Everybody out," he said. "Eli stays." Cal whispered, "Don't." Owen pressed the blade closer. A thin, dark line opened under Cal's jaw. I raised both hands. "Okay," I said. "Okay." The officer in the hall kept talking. Calm, slow. Names. Instructions. "Owen, look at me. We can work this out. Put the knife down." Owen laughed. The sound broke halfway. "You don't get to say my name like we're neighbors." Behind him, the study window reflected 2 flashlights, Owen's back, Cal's pale face, and me standing useless with blood on my lips. The window, painted shut. Old glass, slope by the bulkhead outside. I looked at Cal. His eyes moved once toward the window. He understood before I did. "No," I mouthed. He did it anyway. Cal slammed the back of his head into Owen's face. It was not elegant. It sounded awful. Bone on nose. Owen jerked back, blade cutting shallow across Cal's jaw instead of deep into his throat. I moved. So did the officers. Owen swung the knife at me. It caught my left forearm, hot and wet, a line of pain opening from wrist to elbow. I grabbed his coat with my other hand and drove forward, not fighting well, just pushing with everything I had left. We hit the window. Old paint cracked. The glass broke. Not all of it. Enough. Cold rain and pine air rushed in. Owen screamed as shards cut the side of his face. I felt glass tear through my jacket at the shoulder. Cal kicked from below, one foot catching Owen behind the knee. The officers were on him then. Bodies filled the room. Commands. A knee on the floor. A hand wrenching Owen's arm back. The knife clattering. Cal saying my name again and again, like he was checking whether it still belonged to me. I ended up on the floor beside the overturned portable typewriter, holding my forearm while blood pulsed between my fingers. Not spraying, not arterial, but too much. Enough to make the rug dark. Enough to make an officer kneel beside me and press gauze hard against the cut until I nearly kicked him. "Stay with me," he said. "I am. You're bleeding pretty good." That a medical term. Shut up and hold pressure. Fair. Owen was dragged to his knees near the door, face streaked with rain and blood from the broken window. He looked smaller again. Human, middle-aged, exhausted. Not a monster in the supernatural sense. Worse, a man who had built a machine out of grief, leverage, old records, and other people's shame. He stared at me as they cuffed him. "You don't even know what's on the ribbon," he said. I pressed the gauze harder. "No," I said, "but it isn't yours anymore." His eyes flicked to Cal. "Confessions don't die because you hide them." Cal's voice was hoarse. "Neither do crimes." Owen smiled then, bloody and strange, as if that pleased him. Frank appeared in the doorway behind the officers, soaked and breathing hard, one hand raised like he was trying to prove he was not part of the problem. "I found the panel," he said unnecessarily. I laughed once and immediately regretted it because my split lip reopened. An officer cut Cal loose from the radiator. Cal tried to stand and failed. His legs folded. I reached for him with my good arm, but the officer stopped me. Let EMS handle it. Cal sat on the floor, free but shaking, his injured hand cradled against his chest. The towel came loose enough for me to see the cut across his palm. Deep, ugly, not life-ending, but hand surgery ugly. The kind of injury that would change how a person held tools for months, maybe forever. "I'm sorry," I said. He looked at me through wet hair and blood and exhaustion. Which part? There were too many answers. The unanswered calls, Dad's study, the stolen pens, the night in Biddeford. Every time I let him become the responsible one because I was better at disappearing. "All of it," I said. He nodded once, not forgiving me. Not yet, but hearing it. Outside, more sirens arrived. Blue and red light moved through the broken window in wet pulses. Rain blew in over Dad's desk, spotting the forced confession page until the ink began to feather. A paramedic took over pressure on my arm. Another wrapped Cal's hand. Officers photographed the room. One bagged the gun. One bagged the knife. One carefully lifted the portable typewriter, now dented and jammed, its keys tangled like broken teeth. Frank stood near the hall, dripping on the rug, looking like he might throw up or ask for a raise. Then Tess arrived. Not like a sudden savior. Not breaking through caution tape with heroic timing. She came in 10 minutes later with an officer beside her, wet to the skin, jaw set, holding a clear evidence bag with the hidden ribbon tin inside. Her limp had worsened. Her face changed when she saw my arm, then hardened because if she let it soften fully, she might fall apart. "You absolute idiot," she said. "Hi, you promised to be alive. I'm working on it." She crouched beside me and touched my cheek with 2 cold fingers, careful of the blood. Cal looked at her. "You brought the tin." "Brought police too," she said. Seemed useful. Owen, seated now against the hallway wall in cuffs, laughed under his breath. Tess turned toward him. "Something funny." He looked at the evidence bag in her hand. "You think that's the only one?" Nobody spoke. The room breathed around us. Rain through the broken window, radios crackling, paramedics murmuring, Cal's uneven breaths, the old house settling under all those new witnesses. Owen closed his eyes. That was the cost of surviving him, I understood then. Not that he escaped, not that he won, but that he had made sure the truth would not arrive clean. There would be more ribbons, more pages, more versions of what happened. Dad's crimes, maybe Owen's. Mine, if neglect counted, if cowardice counted, if every unanswered call could be typed into a confession and filed away until someone needed it. The officer helped me stand. My legs shook. Blood ran warm under the bandage and cooled at my wrist. As they led Owen out through the hall, he turned his head once. "Ask your brother what he signed before you got here," he said. Cal's face went blank. Tess looked at him. So did I. Cal stared at the ruined typewriter on the floor, at the damp confession page torn halfway out of the plat. "I didn't finish," he said. His voice barely carried. But that was not the same as saying he hadn't started. Outside, under the flashing lights, Owen was put into the back of a cruiser. The gun was bagged. The knife was bagged. The cameras were found. The laptop was seized. Cal and I were alive. That had to be enough for the moment. Inside Dad's study, rain kept tapping the broken window frame, and the old portable typewriter sat on its side with one bent type bar resting against the page. The last visible words were not a confession. Not exactly. Just the beginning of one. I, Calvin Mercer, confess that Eli, the paramedic, told me not to look at my arm, so of course I looked. It was less dramatic than it felt, and worse than I wanted. A long, uneven cut ran along the outside of my left forearm, packed now with gauze that had already gone red in the middle. The skin around it looked pale and swollen, the edges pulled slightly apart whenever my fingers twitched. My burned palms had been wrapped two white pads taped over the tender spots where the hot typewriter frame had marked me. "You're lucky," the paramedic said. People kept saying that. Lucky the knife missed the tendons. Lucky Owen fired into the wall. Lucky Cal's cut hand hadn't hit an artery. Lucky the smoke in my apartment got noticed before it spread beyond the kitchen. Lucky the old house had bad wiring, but not enough bad wiring to kill us when Frank cut the power. Lucky, 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 as if surviving a man's plan meant the universe had been generous. Cal sat across from me in the ambulance with a blanket over his shoulders, and his injured hand held upright like a dark, awkward flag. He didn't look at me much. His jaw had a thin bandage under it, and dried blood had collected in the crease beside his mouth. Every few breaths, he shivered hard enough to rattle the foil blanket. Tess stood outside the open ambulance doors, refusing a second ice pack for her ankle because she was Tess, and because if she let someone make her sit down, she might remember she had been scared. Rain had flattened her hair. Mascara, which she almost never wore and must have put on for court that morning, had smudged faintly beneath one eye. She held her phone in both hands, answering questions from a state trooper with the flat patience of someone trying not to scream. Frank Bell sat on the bumper of a Freeport police cruiser with a coffee someone had given him, and both hands wrapped around it. He had mud on his knees and a rip in his jacket sleeve. Every now and then, he looked at the Mercer house as if it had personally offended city policy. Owen Lasky was already gone by then, taken away in a cruiser after the officers photographed his face, his hands, and the blood on his coat. I watched the car disappear down the gravel lane through the rain. Part of me expected relief to arrive with the taillights fading. It didn't. The house remained. The typewriters remained. The unfinished sentence remained. At the hospital in Brunswick, they put Cal and me in neighboring bays, separated by a beige curtain that did nothing to stop sound. I heard him swear when they irrigated his palm. I heard him ask whether he would lose movement in his ring finger. I heard the doctor explain tendon involvement, hand specialist, follow-up, physical therapy, maybe surgery, depending on swelling. The doctor's voice was gentle, but not decorative. Cal listened without interrupting, which told me how frightened he was. My arm took 14 stitches. The local anesthetic burned first, then turned everything distant and tugging. I watched a clock above the sink because looking anywhere else meant looking inward, and I'd had enough of that for one night. The second hand jerked around the face in tiny mechanical clicks. A typewriter sound, if you were in the mood to punish yourself. Tess came in while the doctor was taping a dressing over the stitches. "You look awful," she said, You always know what to say. I do. People pay me for it. Her ankle was wrapped. She had a paper cup of vending machine coffee, and the expression of someone who had accepted that sleep was a rumor from a kinder country. Cal, I asked. They're keeping him until morning. Hand consult. Mild concussion check. He keeps asking if the police have the page. Do they? Yes. Did he sign it? Tess looked at the curtain. Partly. The doctor finished taping the dressing and gave me instructions I only half heard. Keep it dry. Watch for infection. Come back if fever, red streaking, numbness. No heavy lifting. I almost laughed at that one because my entire apartment was full of heavy things I had no business owning. When the doctor left, Tess sat in the plastic chair beside my bed. What did he sign? I asked. She took a sip of coffee, made a face, and set it down. His name, the first line, maybe 2 lines after that. It reads like a confession that he helped you hide evidence from your father's study after your dad died. I didn't ask him to. I know. I didn't hide anything. Tess looked at me. I closed my eyes. I hid small things. Eli. I took small things, pens, paper, a lamp, not records. That distinction matters legally, but not morally. She didn't answer quickly. That was one of the awful things about being loved by someone honest. It matters, she said finally, but not enough to make you clean. The words hurt because they were measured, not cruel. By dawn, the police had taken formal statements from all of us. A detective named Mara Voss, 42, female, from Bath, Maine, interviewed me in a hospital consultation room that smelled like disinfectant and burnt coffee. She had a calm, tired face and a voice that did not rise when I contradicted myself. She placed evidence photos on the table one at a time. The underwood from my apartment, blackened at the edges, the hidden tin, the portable typewriter from Dad's study, the forced confession page, Owen's laptop screen showing camera feeds, the gun, the knife, the cut tire. What about the typing? I asked. Detective Voss tapped one photo of the underwood. Preloaded mechanical action, probably. Some of the key levers were rigged with thin monofilament and a modified clockwork trigger hidden in the frame. Not elegant, but effective for short bursts. Our techs will confirm. No supernatural old murder machine, I said. Her face didn't change. No, that should have comforted me. Instead, it made everything more intimate. Someone had touched every part of it, planned every letter, guessed how I would react, counted on guilt more reliably than any ghost could have. And the messages from the unknown number, burner phone. We recovered one from Lasky's sedan. We'll see what the extraction gives us. The cameras, cheap wireless units, battery backups on some. He had access before tonight. How? She looked at me over the photos. That is one of the things we're still working through, which meant there were more questions than answers. By mid-morning, Tess had gone back to Portland with a police escort to see my apartment. She sent me 3 photos and 1 message. Kitchen's bad. Rest, mostly smoke. Dog across the hall hates firefighters. The photos showed the table blackened near the sink. Takeout cartons collapsed into wet ash. The underwood gone. Walls stained gray above the cabinets. My unfinished projects had survived in the living room under a thin coat of soot. The dentist lamp still stood in the bedroom, wearing its pillowcase, ridiculous and untouched. Cal and I were discharged within 2 hours of each other. We did not go home. We went back to Dad's house with Detective Voss, 2 evidence technicians, and Tess, because the search warrant had come through, and because Cal insisted on being there when they opened the hidden cabinet again. I thought someone would tell him no. No one did. Maybe they understood that being excluded from your own family's damage is its own kind of injury. The house looked smaller in daylight. Broken glass had been taped over with plastic. Mud tracked the hall. The study rug was gone, bagged as evidence. The wall near the door had a fresh, raw wound where Owen's bullet had struck. Without books on the shelves and papers on the desk, the room looked less like Dad's private world and more like what it was, a room where men had hidden things and called it order. The cabinet under the shelf was empty except for dust, 2 dead spiders, and a round indentation where something had sat for years. One of the technicians found the mechanism behind the Underwood's faded masking tape mark. Another found 3 tiny screw holes under the desk where a camera had been mounted. Owen had been in the house before that night, maybe more than once. Maybe while we were sorting funeral flowers and pretending grief was a schedule. The ribbon tin Tess had turned over became the center of everything for a while, not because it solved the story neatly. It didn't. The police lab unwound and photographed it, and later Detective Voss explained that used typewriter ribbon could sometimes preserve impressions of what had been typed if handled carefully, though not like a magic transcript. It took imaging, contrast work, patience, and luck. That word again. The first readable fragments came back 3 days later. August 14. Route 1. M. Lasky, deceased. Harlan advised no statement until morning. I crossed line. No alcohol recorded. Marion's husband called twice. I did not answer. My father had typed it. Not a confession page for police. Not a letter for his sons. A private record made by a man who wanted the truth preserved somewhere without paying for it publicly. There were other fragments too. Names we didn't recognize. Initials that sent Detective Voss into old archives, and phone calls with retired officers. Owen had not invented Marion Lasky. He had not invented the crash. He had built his revenge on something real. That made it harder to hate him cleanly. It did not excuse what he did to Cal. It did not excuse the knife, the gun, the fire, the cameras, the way he had tried to make our shame useful to him. But it explained the shape of him, and explanation is sometimes worse than mystery because it leaves you with a person instead of a monster. Cal and I sat in Dad's kitchen after the technicians finished for the day. Tess had gone outside to call her office and explain, in some version safe for professional ears, why she would not be in court. Rain had stopped. The pines dripped steadily. The refrigerator hummed with a wobble Dad had always said he would fix. Cal held his bandaged hand on the table. I started to sign, he said. I know. He told me if I didn't, he'd type your name into it anyway. I looked at him. He said he had enough to make it look like you stole records from Dad and destroyed them. He said Tess would believe it because people believe what fits. She wouldn't. Cal gave me a tired look. Eli, I looked down. She might have wondered, I said. Yeah, the refrigerator hummed. I did steal from the study, I said. I know. I told myself it was nothing. You always do. There was no anger in his voice. That made it worse. I pressed my uninjured hand flat to the table. Dad's table. Our table, maybe, though neither of us wanted it. The Biddeford thing, I said. The night Dad called before his stroke. I was there. I didn't answer. I was drunk. I hit something backing out. Cal watched me carefully. I thought maybe, after Owen said it, I thought maybe I'd hit someone, or that Dad knew something. I don't know. I've been carrying it around like if I didn't name it, it couldn't grow. Did you check? No. He closed his eyes. I checked, he said. What? After Dad died? You mentioned the bumper once, like a joke, and then you got weird. I called a body shop in Biddeford because I'm nosy, and because you're terrible at hiding panic. There was no report that night, no pedestrian, no cyclist. The bar had a busted wooden trash enclosure. Owner said some drunk clipped it and drove off. A laugh came out of me wrong, half relief, half nausea. You knew, I suspected. Then I knew. I was waiting for you to tell me. I didn't. No, I'm sorry. He nodded slowly. Again, not forgiveness. A receipt. Tess came back in then and looked between us. Am I interrupting a breakthrough or a murder? Both pending, Cal said. She sat down with care, ankle stiff, and for 1 minute, the three of us stayed in the kitchen without talking. It was not peace, but it was quieter than avoidance. Over the next week, the official version took shape in fragments. Owen was charged with kidnapping, assault, arson-related offenses, stalking, burglary, witness intimidation, and a list of firearm charges that sounded both severe and too small. His lawyer argued grief, lack of intent to kill, mental deterioration. The prosecutor argued planning, cameras, burner phones, cut tire, fire alarm diversion, gun, knife, coercion. Margaret Doyle from the church sale told police Owen had donated 2 boxes to the rummage event the morning before the sale, then returned later acting anxious about a typing machine. She had not known the Underwood had been planted. She sent me a card with a lighthouse on it and wrote, in tight secretary script, I am sorry people are strained and determined. Frank got suspended for 3 days pending review, then reinstated after the story became too embarrassing for the city to punish him publicly. He texted me once from a number Tess must have given him. Never riding with you again unless there is a signed waiver. Cal needed surgery on 2 tendons in his hand. He hated the splint. He hated needing help more. I drove him to appointments for 3 weeks, which was awkward and ordinary, and probably the closest thing to repair we could manage at first. We argued about parking. We argued about the house. We argued about whether Dad's records should be turned over completely or reviewed first by an attorney. Tess, because she was Tess, told us both when we were being cowards in different fonts. My apartment became habitable after cleaning, though it never smelled quite the same. On damp days, smoke came back from the walls in a faint bitter thread. I sold the dentist lamp to a theater student from Gorham and threw out 3 boxes of things I had kept because one day sounded less frightening than never. The Underwood stayed in evidence. The portable typewriter from Dad's study stayed there too. I did not want either back. 2 months later, Detective Voss called to say they had found another ribbon tin. Not in Owen's house, not in Dad's cabinet, in my apartment. Specifically, inside the hollow base of the brass desk lamp I had taken from Dad's study before any of this began. The one I had shoved into a corner and forgotten. The one I had not sold. The one that had sat under a pillowcase in my bedroom while Owen burned paper in my kitchen and searched the obvious places. Voss said it carefully, like she was giving me medical results. We'll need to collect it. Of course, do not open it. I won't. After we hung up, I stood in my bedroom looking at the lamp. Morning light came through the curtains and touched the brass base, dull and dusty. Outside, a garbage truck groaned down Congress Street. Someone downstairs laughed. A dog barked twice and quit. Almost ordinary. I took a photo for Cal and Tess. Cal replied first. "Don't touch it, idiot." Tess replied a second later. "I swear to God, Eli," I smiled, but it didn't last. Because under the lamp, on the floor where it had been sitting for weeks, was a faint ring in the dust. And beside that ring, pressed into the dust, as if made by a narrow metal foot, were 3 small marks, not letters, not a confession, just marks, probably from moving the lamp, probably from the cleaning crew, probably from me. I left the room and waited in the hall for Detective Voss, listening to the apartment settle around me, radiator ticks, traffic hiss, water moving through pipes, the tiny, ordinary mechanisms of a building that could still surprise you. I had spent years thinking confession meant disaster. Now I understood it was more like opening a window in bad weather. It lets in rain. It breaks things. It makes a room cold for a while. But sometimes it also lets the smoke out. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work at a Pet Crematorium, and the ashes keep moving. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first time I saw the ashes move, I told myself it was the air conditioner. That was the easiest answer. It was always the easiest answer at Green Meadow Pet Cremation, because the building made little excuses for itself all day long. The ceiling vents rattled. The old walk-in cooler clicked behind the prep room wall. The retort, the cremation chamber, settled with soft metal pops after a burn, like a car cooling down in a driveway. Even the fluorescent lights had their own moods, buzzing harder before rain, dimming whenever the dryer in the laundry closet kicked on. So when the gray line of ash inside the processing tray shifted half an inch to the left, slow and deliberate, I froze with my gloved hands over the table and thought, vent draft. Then the vent above me stopped humming. The ash kept moving. My name is Mara Ellis, 32, female, and I worked the evening shift at Green Meadow in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, where the farms outside town rolled flat and dark after sunset, and the air always smelled a little like wet hay, exhaust, and the chocolate factory when the wind came from the right direction. I had been there almost 4 years, long enough to stop flinching at the job title, and long enough to know that people either respected what we did or made a joke before they understood they shouldn't. We cremated pets. Dogs mostly, cats almost as often, sometimes rabbits, ferrets, parrots, one iguana named Frank that came in wrapped in a beach towel with tiny sunglasses taped to his travel carrier. We handled the dead because the living needed us to be steady. That was the whole job, really. Steady hands, soft voice, correct paperwork, right urn, right tag, no mix-ups. That last part mattered more to me than it probably did to anyone else in the building. I checked the stainless steel tray again. The ash had settled into a crescent, finer than fireplace ash, and pale where the bone processor had done its work. A few heavier fragments, what we called bone chips, though we didn't say that to families, made a rough little ridge near the corner. I had been about to transfer the remains into a temporary plastic urn with a label that read, Piper Morrison, Canine Private Cremation. 5/14/26 Piper had been a 12-year-old beagle. Arthritis, heart failure, a pink collar with a brass tag that jingled when I took it off her blanket. I leaned closer. Nothing. No sliding. No little gray ripple. No trembling surface like sugar near a speaker. The room smelled of hot metal disinfectant and something dry underneath it. Not exactly smoke, not exactly dust. The processing room was the cleanest part of the building and somehow never felt clean. Stainless counters, white tile, a drain in the center of the floor, a scale, a grinder with a lid heavy enough to take a thumbnail if you got careless. Shelves lined with urns, cedar boxes, velvet pouches, ceramic cats curled into balls, plain black tins for families who didn't want to choose. I stood there with the AC off, listening. A cart squeaked somewhere beyond the swinging door. "You done with Piper yet?" Lena called. Lena Ortiz, 29, female, was our office manager, and the closest thing the place had to a heartbeat. She had grown up in reading, had a laugh that could cut through the furnace noise, and wore her hair in a tight bun because she said grief made people grabby, and she didn't like giving them anything extra to hold on to. She appeared in the processing room doorway with her clipboard hugged to her chest, one foot propping the door open. "Her people are coming at 6:30. They're already calling every hour." "Almost," I said. Lena looked at my hands. "You okay?" I realized I was holding the scoop like a weapon. "Yeah," I loosened my grip. "Static, maybe." "Static what?" I glanced at the tray, then back at her. The ashes sat exactly where ashes were supposed to sit. "Nothing," I said. The vent kicked some dust around. Lena lifted her eyes toward the ceiling vent. "That vent hasn't kicked anything around since Bush was president." "Which Bush?" "The old one, maybe both." She stepped in, nose wrinkling. "Did you run the processor too long again?" "No, Mara. I pulsed it twice. like the manual says. She smiled a little. You read manuals like other people read horoscopes. That was true. I liked instructions, labels, chain of custody forms with all the boxes filled in. If the world had rules, I could work inside them. If the world didn't have rules, I tended to invent some, then punish myself for not following them perfectly. Lena knew that, but not the reason. Not fully. 4 years earlier, before Green Meadow, I had worked at an animal hospital outside Harrisburg. On a Tuesday in October, 2 black Labradors had come in within the same hour. Both elderly, both wrapped in blue clinic blankets. One family wanted communal cremation. One wanted private, with paw prints and the collar returned. The ID tags got switched at intake, not by me, according to the investigation. But I was the one who handed the wrong collar to a woman named Mrs. Haldeman while she stood under the front desk light and whispered, "That is Buddy S." I can still remember the sound her husband made. Not a sob, more like air escaping a tire. Nobody died because of my mistake. Nobody got hurt in a way an ambulance could fix. But every job I took after that, I became the person who checked the latch twice, the label 3 times, the weight against the log, the stainless ID disc against the paw print card, the spelling against the voicemail. People thought that made me careful. Mostly, it made me afraid. Lena tapped the clipboard against her thigh. Okay. Well, careful or not, Piper's family is bringing their grandson, so maybe don't say anything like processing. Last week, Tyler told a 6-year-old we were finalizing the remains, and she asked if we were baking muffins. I actually laughed. A small one. It sounded too loud in the room. At the mention of his name, Tyler came through the second doorway from the retort bay, pushing his safety glasses up into his hair. Tyler Baines, 24 male, was our newest crematory operator, a lanky guy from York with a permanent half-shave of stubble, and the restless energy of someone who had not yet learned that night shifts make you weird. He had started 3 months before and treated the work with a careful awkwardness that I respected. He made dumb jokes when he was nervous, but he never made them in front of clients. That counted for a lot. Those muffins would be gluten-free, he said. Because, Ash. Lena stared at him. He lowered his hand. Too much, just enough to make me regret hiring you. You didn't hire me. I regret that too. Tyler grinned, then looked at the tray. That Piper? Yeah, I said. He came closer, but I shifted slightly without meaning to, blocking the tray with my body. He noticed. His grin faded a notch. What? Nothing. He had a smear of soot on his forearm where his glove had ridden up, and his shirt collar was damp with sweat. Tort Bay behind him pulsed with leftover heat. It was May, not hot yet outside, but the crematory always had its own weather. Heat gathered under your clothes. It crawled into your hair. It made the floor tacky beneath your shoes by the end of a long shift. You sure? Tyler asked. Vent draft, Lena said for me. Ah, Tyler looked up. The famous ghost vent. Don't, I said, sharper than I meant to. Both of them looked at me. I set the scoop down, metal clicking against metal. Sorry. I just don't like ghost jokes in here. Tyler held up both hands. Fair. Lena's expression softened, but she didn't ask. She rarely asked about things directly. That was one of the reasons I liked her. From the front of the building, the little brass bell over the reception door chimed. Lena checked the wall clock. That'll be Mr. Kepler. He said he might come early for Daisy. Daisy's not ready until tomorrow, I said. I told him that. The bell chimed again, harder this time, followed by a muffled male voice. Lena exhaled through her nose, and he processed that information with the grace of a shopping cart on gravel. She left through the swinging door, clipboard tucked tight under one arm. Tyler stayed a second longer. He pointed at the tray. Need help? No. I can bagpiper while you deal with. I said I've got it. The words came out too fast. Not angry exactly. Panicked, dressed up as control. Tyler nodded once. Okay. He went back into the retort bay. The door side shut behind him. I waited until I heard his cart wheels squeak away. Then I took a clean paper evidence sheet from the counter and slid it beneath the tray, even though there was no reason to preserve anything. We weren't police. This wasn't a crime scene. It was a beagle's ashes in a room with bad airflow and an employee who needed more sleep. Still, I stared at the crescent of gray powder. Move, I whispered. Nothing. Of course, nothing. I transferred Piper into the urn, sealed the lid, wiped the rim, checked the label against the stainless ID disc, checked the paperwork, checked the collar in its tiny zip bag, checked the paw print. Each step had a rhythm. The rhythm helped. Scoop, tap, fold, seal, breathe. Write the date. Initial the log. By the time I carried Piper's urn to the family shelf up front, Mr. Kepler's voice had risen from upset to public upset, which was its own category. I'm not accusing anybody, he was saying, in exactly the tone people used when they were accusing everybody. I'm asking how a 30-pound spaniel becomes a box this light. I paused in the hallway. Lena stood behind the reception desk, calm as poured concrete. Across from her was Arthur Kepler, 68, male, a retired machinist from Lidditz, who had brought in his cocker spaniel Daisy that morning wrapped in a crocheted blanket. His cheeks were flushed above his white beard, and one hand kept opening and closing around his truck keys. Grief had made him bigger somehow, filling up the small reception room with his breathing and his wet jacket smell. We haven't completed Daisy's private cremation yet, Lena said. What I gave you was the clay paw print you requested. The urn will be ready tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Kepler looked down at the small white gift bag in his hand, as if it had betrayed him. This isn't her. No, sir, that's her paw impression. His mouth moved once before words came out. Oh, it happens, Lena said gently. It's a lot to take in. He pressed his lips together, embarrassed now, which was often worse than angry. My wife usually handles this kind of thing. I understand. She passed in January. Lena's face changed, not dramatically, just enough. I'm sorry. He nodded at the bag. The tissue paper trembled. Daisy was hers first. I stayed in the hallway, holding Piper's urn, feeling like an intruder. This was the part people didn't imagine when they asked about my job. They pictured ovens and ashes. They didn't picture an old man apologizing to a receptionist because he didn't know where to put the second loss in his house. I waited until Lena guided him through the pickup schedule again, wrote it on a card, and walked him to the door. The bell gave one tired little ring after he left. Only then did I step forward. Lena took Piper's urn from me. Thanks. Mr. Kepler okay? No, she placed Piper on the outgoing shelf. But he's driving safely, which is my standard for okay at this point. The reception room was warmer than usual. Late sun pressed through the blinds, striping the carpet and the row of sample urns. Diffuser on the desk puffed lavender into the air, fighting a losing battle against disinfectant, wet dog blankets, and the faint mineral smell that clung to our clothes, no matter how many times we washed them. Lena looked toward the hallway. You really okay back there? I could have told her. Maybe I should have. But the thing about fear is that it becomes embarrassing when you say it out loud and nothing happens. I'm tired, I said. You closed last night. So did you. I don't operate the dragon. The dragon has safety locks. And moods. Tyler appeared again, pushing the empty transport gurney toward the cooler. Dragon says schedule slipping. We still doing Morrison before the after-hours pickup. Piper S. done, I said. He blinked. Already, private cremation. Small dog. Right. He rubbed at his eyebrow with the back of his wrist, leaving a gray streak. We've got the shepherd from Mannheim, the cat from the emergency vet, and Kepler's Daisy staged for tomorrow. Daisy isn't staged, I said. She's logged and tagged in cooler drawer 3. Tyler stopped pushing the gurney. That's what I meant. No, staged means loaded or ready to load. Drawer 3 means refrigerated intake pending verification. Lena gave me a look. Mara, I heard myself. I hated hearing myself. Sorry. Tyler didn't snap back. That made me feel worse. It's fine, he said. Drawer 3. Pending verification. The front phone rang before anyone could say more. Lena answered with her work voice, soft and professional. Tyler rolled the gurney into the hall. I followed him because the cooler log needed initials, and because standing still made my skin feel too tight. The back hallway was narrow, painted beige badly enough that old roller marks showed near the baseboards. The cooler door sat at the end, stainless steel, with a thermometer mounted above the handle. A laminated sign read, "Identify before moving. Verify before cremating. No exceptions." I had made that sign myself. Tyler pulled the cooler door open. Cold air spilled around our ankles, carrying the smell of plastic bags, damp fur, and freezer metal. Not rot. We were careful about that. But death has a texture in the air, even when it's clean. 3 covered forms rested on the interior racks, each in a labeled pouch with a stainless disc wired to the tag. Tyler reached for drawer 3. Wait, I said. He stopped instantly. I checked the clipboard hanging beside the door. Daisy Kepler, female canine, 31 pounds, tan and white cocker spaniel, pink floral blanket, communal collar return requested, private cremation scheduled 5:15. Everything matched, I nodded. Tyler eased the drawer out just enough for me to see the tag. Daisy's blanket pattern showed through the clear outer pouch. Pink flowers, white background, one corner crocheted unevenly by hand. There, he said. Verified. I wrote my initials next to the line. The pen skipped once on the damp paper. From somewhere behind us came a soft scraping sound. Not loud, not dramatic, a dry shift like a cardboard box being nudged across concrete. Tyler looked over his shoulder. You hear that? I did not answer fast enough. The sound came again. Scrape. Then a faint tick-tick-tick, like grit hitting metal. We both turned toward the processing room. Lena's voice floated from reception, still on the phone. Normal words. Appointment times. Condolences. Prices given carefully. Tyler whispered, "That better not be a mouse. We don't have mice. Every building has mice. Not in processing. Especially in processing. Warm building. Food adjacent smells. Do not call anything in this building food adjacent." Another scrape. This one longer. I walked first. The fluorescent lights in the processing room hummed above the counters. The room looked exactly as I had left it. Piper's empty tray sat near the sink, rinsed, but not yet sanitized. The processor lid was down. The shelves of urns stood in neat rows. The AC vent was still quiet. On the far counter, near the drying rack, a shallow metal pan held residue from the communal cremation Tyler had run earlier in the day. Not remains for return, just the sweepings we processed separately before placing them in the communal container for burial on the property. It should have been covered. It was. A thin trail of gray dust ran from the pan's edge to the counter lip. Tyler made a small sound in his throat. I didn't leave that uncovered. I stepped closer. The dust trail did not look blown. It looked poured. It had weight to it, a narrow line broken by tiny clumps. At the very end of the trail, on the white tile floor beneath the counter, a small mound had collected. It sat there in the light, loose and powdery. Then one fleck jumped. Just one. It popped upward maybe an inch, clicked against the cabinet base, and vanished under the counter. Tyler took one hard step back. His shoulder hit the doorframe. What the hell was that? I couldn't breathe right. Not because I thought ghost. I refused to. The room was full of machines, heat, airflow, static, vibration, loose seals, cheap construction. There were explanations stacked everywhere if I could just reach one. "Get Lena," I said. "You saw that right. Get Lena." He went. I crouched slowly, keeping my hands away from the dust. The floor under the counter was shadowed. A loose cable from the scale curled near the baseboard. The cabinet toe kick had separated slightly from the tile, leaving a black gap. Something ticked inside it. Tiny, rapid, then still. Lena came in with Tyler behind her. She had her phone in one hand now, the office line still pressed to her shoulder. "I have to call you back," she said into it, then hung up without waiting for permission. Nobody spoke for a second. The building filled the space for us. Hum of lights. Cooler compressor kicking on down the hall. A distant truck on the road outside, tires hissing over damp pavement. Lena looked at the pan, the trail, the little mound on the floor. Her voice went flat. "Tell me that's not client remains on the floor." "It moved," Tyler said. Lena didn't look at him. "Ash doesn't move. I know what ash does." "Mara," I kept staring at the gap under the cabinet. There it was again. Tick, tick. Not from the ash, maybe. From under it. I stood up carefully. "We need to isolate the room." Lena's eyes flicked to me. Meaning, close it. Don't process anything else. Don't sweep. Don't touch that pan. We document the spill, check the vent, check the cabinet gap, check for pests, check the processor seal, and pull the camera feed. Tyler swallowed. "There's no camera in processing. There's one in the hallway, not in here. I know that." Lena rubbed her forehead with 2 fingers. Mara, Piper's family is coming in 20 minutes. Piper is sealed and up front. And Kepler's coming tomorrow. The emergency vet has 2 more coming tonight. We close this room, we're backed up into the weekend. We can't process if we don't know what contaminated the area. Contaminated, Tyler said. I looked at him. If there's a mouse, insects, vibration, anything getting into remains, it's contamination. He glanced down at the ash on the floor. And if there is, I didn't answer. Lena did. There is. She said it with force, like she could pin the world into place by naming the acceptable version of it. Another sound came from under the cabinet. This time it was not a tick. It was a soft, dragging rustle, the sound of something dry being pulled through a narrow space. Lena stepped back. Tyler whispered, "Nope." I grabbed the flashlight from the supply drawer. My hand shook once before I tightened it around the rubber grip. "Mara," Lena said, not warning, not quite. I got down on one knee. The tile was cold through my scrub pants. Ash dusted the floor inches from my shoe. Up close, I could see tiny lines in it, delicate as comb marks, all leading toward the gap beneath the cabinet. I switched on the flashlight. The beam hit the black opening. Something inside moved out of sight. Not big, not impossible, but alive or mechanical or carried by something alive. Tyler whispered behind me, "We should call pest control." Lena said, "We should call Mr. Voss first." I almost laughed, because of course that was the choice. Not ghosts, not mysteries. Management. Harold Voss, 56, male, owned Green Meadow, and 2 other pet aftercare businesses in southeastern Pennsylvania. He was not present in the room, but his presence lived in every laminated policy sheet, every cost-saving repair, every sentence that started with "let's not create liability." He had a way of making problems feel like personal failures, especially if they happened after 5. "We call Voss," Lena said. "He tells us to clean it, log it, and keep moving." "And if we call pest control," Tyler asked, "they'll ask what kind of pest." They both looked at me. I kept the flashlight on the gap. The beam trembled slightly, making the dust shine. From the front room, the brass bell chimed again. Piper's family. Lena closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, she looked older. "We have 2 choices," she said quietly. "We shut down the back and tell a grieving family their dog's remains may be delayed because something is wrong in processing, which means questions we cannot answer yet. Or we keep reception normal, get Piper out the door, and the 3 of us figure out what this is before anybody else knows." Tyler said, "Those both sound bad." "They are." I looked at the ash trail, the open pan, the gap beneath the cabinet, and the dark space where something had moved when the light hit it. My careful little rules stood around me like traffic cones in a flood. Identify before moving. Verify before cremating. No exceptions. The bell chimed again, softer this time. Lena waited. Tyler waited. And I realized they were letting me choose because I was the one who had seen it first. I stood, still holding the flashlight. "Get Piper's family through," I said. "No one comes past reception. After they leave, we lock the front door and pull everything apart." Lena nodded once, quick and grim. Tyler looked at the floor. And until then, I aimed the flashlight back under the cabinet. The gap was empty now, At least it looked empty. Until then, I said, nobody touches the ashes. Piper's family came in carrying flowers. That was the first thing that made the whole situation feel uglier. Not the ash under the cabinet, not the ticking in the wall, the flowers. A little grocery store bouquet wrapped in clear plastic, with yellow daisies and one bent carnation, held by a boy who couldn't have been more than 7. He kept turning it in his hands, so the plastic made that soft, crinkling sound people make in waiting rooms when they don't know what to do with their bodies. Lena handled them the way she handled everyone, with her shoulders low, her voice gentle, and her eyes never sliding toward the hallway. Piper's owners were Ellen Morrison, 41, female, a school librarian from Mount Joy with red-rimmed eyes and a green raincoat zipped to her chin, and Paul Morrison, 43, male, a warehouse supervisor who stood behind her with one hand on their son's shoulder like he was holding the boy in place through weather. Their son, Noah Morrison, 7, male, wore light-up sneakers and stared at the shelf of urn samples like he was trying to understand why some looked like boxes and some looked like toys. I stood just inside the hall, out of sight, holding the flashlight against my leg. The processing room door behind me was closed. Tyler had put a strip of blue painter's tape across it at chest height, which made it look less like a controlled isolation and more like we were hiding a bad paint job. I hated the tape. I hated that we were improvising when there were forms for things like this, policies, procedures, all those nice little fences people build around chaos and call compliance. But there was no form for ashes moving. There was no form for telling a family, "We are very sorry, but something may have crawled through the cremated remains area, and we don't know whether your dog was affected." So we did the terrible, normal thing. We smiled. Lena brought Piper's urn out in both hands. "We have Piper ready for you." Ellen pressed her fingers to her mouth. Paul looked down. Noah lifted the bouquet a little, then lowered it again, confused about whether flowers were for the box or for the woman holding it. Lena set the urn on the desk with the paw print and collar beside it. "Her collar is here, and this is the clay impression you requested. Mara did the print before the cremation. It came out very clear. That was true. Piper's paw had pressed cleanly into the clay. 4 pads, 1 little crooked nail mark. Ellen touched the paw print like it might bruise. That's her." Noah whispered, "Can she hear us?" The question landed in the room and stayed there. Paul's jaw flexed. Lena answered softly, "I think the people who love us stay important, even after they aren't here the same way." It was a good answer. Not too much. Not dishonest in a way that could be proven. I stared at the hallway floor until the light-up sneakers walked past my line of sight, and the bell over the front door gave a small ring behind them. Only then did I let my lungs empty. Tyler appeared beside me with his phone in his hand. "Okay, family gone, door locked. You locked it, front deadbolt and the side entrance." Lena came around the corner carrying Piper's signed release form. Her work face had cracked. Under it, she looked pale and furious. "Nobody touches anything until we decide what we're documenting." "We document all of it," I said. Tyler made a noise. All of it, all of it. Yes. Like, the ashes moved all of it." I looked at him. like unknown contamination observed in processing area, all of it. That sounds expensive. So does losing a family's pet. Lena held up one hand. Stop, both of you. The three of us stood in the back hallway between the cooler and the processing room, all wearing different versions of fear. Tyler's was restless, bouncing from foot to foot. Lena S. was practical, already making lists. Mine was quieter and meaner. It had my old clinic mistakes voice, Mrs. Haldeman's voice, saying, "That is Buddy S." Lena said, "The time-sensitive problem is this. The emergency vet is sending 2 after-hours intakes at 8. 1 private cremation is scheduled for first thing tomorrow morning. Daisy Kepler is promised by 3 tomorrow afternoon. If we shut down processing tonight, we can maybe recover. If we find contamination in the processor, the pans, or the return urns, we have to hold everything and call Voss." "We should call him now," Tyler said. "You want to call Harold Voss and tell him Ash crawled under a cabinet?" Lena asked. Tyler's mouth tightened. "I want not to be the guy blamed for leaving a pan uncovered." That was the first honest thing any of us had said since Piper's family walked in. Lena softened slightly. "Tyler, I'm serious." He pointed toward the processing room. "I ran communal at 2:30. I let the remains cool. I transferred the larger fragments into the processor. I put the pan there because Mara was using the main table, and I covered it with a lid. I know I did. You said earlier you didn't leave it uncovered," I said, "because I didn't." His voice rose at the end. The cooler compressor clicked on behind us, a low mechanical growl that made the hallway floor vibrate faintly through my shoes. Lena glanced at the cooler door. "We also need to keep that closed. If we lose temp, we have another problem." "What's it reading?" I asked. Tyler looked at the thermometer above the handle. 38. "Fine. For now," Lena said. The building chose that moment to blink. Not fully. The lights dipped, brightened, dipped again. Somewhere in the retort bay, a relay clicked hard. The vent above us gave a stuttering cough and then came on, pushing cold air down the hallway. All 3 of us looked up. "Storm?" Tyler asked. Outside, rain had started ticking against the small high windows, thin and quick. The forecast had called for thunderstorms after midnight, but weather in Lancaster County liked arriving early and pretending it had an appointment. Lena pulled out her phone. The power flickered earlier during the phone call. "You didn't say that," I said. "I was a little busy preventing a lawsuit in reception." Another flicker, shorter this time. The emergency lights did not kick on. The cooler kept humming. The retort control panel beeped once from the bay, then went quiet. My stomach folded in on itself. "We need to check the retort," I said. "No one's running a burn," Tyler said. "Residual heat plus a power issue can still trigger faults." He nodded, already moving. "I'll look." "No," I said too fast. "Together." He stopped and turned. For a second, I saw his irritation sharpen. He was tired of being treated like a mistake waiting to happen. I knew the feeling. I also knew I was doing it to him anyway. Lena stepped between us with the clipboard. "We check 3 things. 1, retort status. 2, hallway camera. 3, processing room contamination. Then we decide whether to call Voss, pest control, or both." "And the emergency vet?" Tyler asked. I'll call and delay pickup until 9. They'll be annoyed. They handle dying animals for 12 hours a day. Annoyed is their resting pulse. She walked toward the office to make the call. Tyler and I went into the retort bay. The bay was a concrete room with a roll-up exterior door, 2 industrial fans, a wall of hanging tools, and the retort itself, 6,000 pounds of lined steel, burners, afterburner, digital panel, and warning stickers that had faded from bright orange to the color of old cheese. The chamber door was closed. Heat breathed from it in waves. Not active heat, not the hungry roar of a burn, but enough to make sweat bead along my upper lip. Tyler checked the control panel. Standby. No active cycle. Chamber temp 318. Afterburner off. Fault log. He pressed through the menu. The panel beeped under his thumb. Low voltage warning at 18:06. Another at 18:11. The same time we heard the scraping. I wrote it down. Tyler saw me. You think a voltage dip made ash crawl. I think vibration can move fine particulate. So can fans. So can pests. So can static discharge. That was a whole list that didn't answer me. I don't have an answer. That shut both of us up. Rain thickened against the roll-up door, pattering first, then drumming. Water ran along the seam at the bottom and gathered in the shallow groove by the drain. The bay always leaked in heavy weather because Voss didn't like spending money on things that weren't visible to clients. Tyler crouched near the retort base. You smell that? I did. Not smoke. Hot plastic. Where? He pointed behind the control cabinet. A black power cable ran along the wall, clipped badly in 2 places, then disappeared behind a metal junction box. Near the floor, where rainwater had crept close but not touched it, the outer sheathing had a gray scuffed patch. I crouched beside him. The smell was faint but real. Don't touch it, I said. I wasn't planning to lick it. Tyler, I know, sorry. The lights flickered again. This time, the retort panel went dark for a full second before blinking back to standby. The cooler compressor in the hallway groaned, stopped, then restarted with an ugly shudder. Lena called from the office. Tell me that was nothing. It's not nothing, I called back. She appeared in the bay doorway. Define not nothing. Low voltage warnings, I said. Possible damaged cable near the retort cabinet. Smell of hot plastic. Cooler just cycled hard. Her face changed in a way I didn't like. How long can the cooler hold temp if power goes? Depends how full it is, how often we open it ambient temp, I said. A few hours, maybe. Less if the compressor fails. Tyler stood. We need an electrician. We need Voss, Lena said, and nobody argued this time. She called him on speaker because none of us trusted private versions of this conversation. Harold Voss answered on the 5th ring with restaurant noise behind him. Lena, it's after hours. Lena's voice was controlled. We have a processing issue and an electrical issue. There was a pause, chairs scraping, a door opening. The background noise dropped. What kind of processing issue? Possible contamination in the processing room. Unknown source. Ash displacement from an uncovered pan, visible residue trail, possible pest activity under the lower cabinet. I noticed she did not say the ashes moved. Smart. Voss exhaled. Was anything returned to a client after this alleged contamination? I closed my eyes. Lena looked at me, then said, Piper Morrison was already sealed before the second incident. Chain of custody intact. Before the second incident, Voss asked. I took the phone from her before she could soften it. I observed unusual movement in Piper's tray before transfer. I believed it was airflow at the time. The remains were sealed after visual inspection and label verification. Tyler stared at me. Lena's eyebrows lifted. The line went quiet. Then Voss said, Mara, are you telling me you saw contamination in private remains and released them anyway? The room narrowed. No, I said. I'm telling you I observed particulate movement that I attributed to environmental airflow. No foreign material was visible in Piper's tray. No pest activity was observed until later near the communal pan. Do you hear yourself? Yes. Good. Then hear me. You are not to use words like contamination unless you have evidence. You are not to alarm clients. You are not to shut down operations unless there is a verified safety hazard. There may be a verified safety hazard, Lena said. The retort panel logged low voltage twice. There's a hot plastic smell near the control cabinet. That changed him faster than the ash had. Is a cycle running? No, Tyler said. Stand by. Chamber cooling. Turn the unit off at the local disconnect. Tyler looked at the red disconnect box on the wall. Now. Tyler pulled the lever. The retort panel went black. The bay fans kept running. Do not touch the damaged cable, Voss said. Do not open walls. Do not call outside vendors until I get there. Lena's jaw tightened. When will that be? 40 minutes. Rain hammered the door. The lights buzzed overhead. We have emergency vet intakes coming at 9, she said. Delay them. I already did. Good. Keep the cooler closed, clean the processing spill, and take pictures for the incident file. No, I said. All three of them looked at me, even Voss somehow through the phone. I swallowed. We do not clean until we know the source. If pest activity occurred, we need evidence for pest control. If the ash was displaced by vibration or electrical equipment, cleaning destroys the pattern. If a family asks later, we need documentation. Voss's voice dropped. Mara, you are not an investigator. No, but I'm the one whose initials are on the log. That landed harder than I meant it to. Voss said, take photographs, then secure the room. No one enters except staff. I'll decide next steps when I arrive. The call ended. For a few seconds, the only sound was rain. Tyler said, well, that went great. Lena took her phone back from me. He's scared. Voss, Tyler snorted. Voss is allergic to scared. He's scared of insurance, she said. We photographed everything. The open pan, the ash trail, the mound on the floor, the gap under the cabinet, the processor lid, the vent, the door, the painter's tape, which I removed because it looked ridiculous in the photos. I used the incident camera from the office because phone pictures felt too easy to delete. Lena made a written log with times. Tyler stood near the doorway, watching the floor as if something might run across his shoe. Nothing moved while we photographed. That almost made it worse. At 7:18 p.m., Lena pulled up the hallway camera on the office computer. The system was cheap. 4 cameras, grainy footage motion detection that tagged dust as intruders and missed actual people if they moved slowly enough. The processing room door was visible from the hall camera. So was the cooler door, part of the retort bay entrance, and the back exit. We rewound to 5:55 before Piper was processed. There I was on screen, carrying a sealed temporary container from the retort bay to processing. Tyler crossed behind me with a cart. Lena passed once with a stack of forms. Normal, boring, work. At 6:04, the lights flickered on the footage. The image pixelated for 2 seconds. At 6:06, Tyler entered processing with the communal pan. There, he said, leaning close. Watch. On screen, he backed through the processing door, shoulder first, pan in both gloved hands. The lid was visible. A flat, stainless cover. He set the pan inside and came out empty-handed. Covered, he said. I see it, Lena said. At 6:09, I went in with Piper's tray. At 6:11, the hallway lights flickered again. The camera glitched into blocky squares. The timestamp skipped from 18:11:08 to 18:12:43. Wait, I said, back. Lena rewound. Same skip. Tyler whispered. That's when we heard the scraping. The camera had lost 95 seconds. Low voltage, I said, but it sounded thin. Lena checked the other camera feeds. Reception had the same skip. Exterior lot 2. Retort bay camera dead. Black screen from 1810 onward. Tyler pointed. Why is bay camera down? Lena clicked settings. Signal lost. When? 6:10. The retort bay suddenly felt closer, as if the dark camera had put a hand on the back of my neck. I hated that feeling. I hated it because it wasn't evidence. It was just pattern seeking, panic trying on a uniform. Lena leaned back. Okay. Electrical problem caused camera loss and voltage warnings. Or something damaged the wiring, Tyler said. Mice, I said. He looked at me. I thought we don't have mice. We might have mice. Great, love growth. A sound came from the cooler hallway. Not a scrape this time. A thump, heavy enough that the office desk trembled through the wall. We all went still. Then another. Thump. Tyler whispered, cooler. I was already moving. The thermometer above the cooler door read 44. Was 38 20 minutes ago, Tyler said. Lena grabbed the handle. Don't open it. I need to see if the internal fan is running, I said. If the temp is climbing, opening it makes it worse. If something fell and blocked the fan, leaving it makes it worse. Both of you, Lena snapped. Stop talking like a manual and help me think. Another thump sounded from inside the cooler. This one dragged afterward, a muffled slide of weight against metal. There were only 3 animals inside. Daisy Kepler in drawer 3, the Mannheim Shepherd, the emergency cat. None of them could thump. That was obvious. That was also not helpful. Tyler took a step back. Could be the compressor. Compressor S below, not inside, I said. Could be a rack settling. Could be. Lena looked at the thermometer again. 45. Her voice went very quiet. If the cooler fails, we have 3 bodies warming overnight, 2 more incoming, and Voss 40 minutes away. He said 40 minutes 10 minutes ago, Tyler muttered. I checked the floor near the cooler. A small line of gray dust crossed the threshold, so faint I almost missed it against the concrete. Ash, not a lot. A smear like someone had dragged a dusty fingertip from the processing room toward the cooler door. I crouched. Mara, Lena said, please don't find something. The ash line ended at the rubber gasket. Something had disturbed the seal. A thin piece of plastic, maybe from a body pouch, stuck out near the bottom hinge. I pointed. There. Tyler bent beside me, then swore softly. That wasn't there. What is it? Looks like a tag sleeve. My mouth went dry. Every animal in the cooler had a tag sleeve. Each tag sleeve held paperwork. Name, weight, species, requested service. The sleeve stayed attached to the pouch until cremation. If one was caught in the door, it meant somebody had closed the cooler on it, or something inside had shifted hard enough to push it there. The thermometer ticked to 46. Lena said, "We have to open it." I didn't want to. That was the simple truth. I did not want to open a cooler door after hearing something thump inside it. I did not want to see Daisy's floral blanket on the floor, or the shepherd's pouch torn, or a rack collapsed because Voss kept delaying repairs. I did not want another family's grief tied to my initials, but fear did not change procedure. I put on fresh gloves. "Tyler," I said, "stand by the door and keep it from swinging shut." "Lena, start a timer." We open for 30 seconds, assess, close. No touching remains unless necessary to restore cooling or prevent cross-contact. Tyler nodded. His face had gone blotchy under the soot. Lena opened the incident log to a clean line and wrote the time. I pulled the handle. Cold air spilled out wrong, not sharp and clean, but damp and weak. The interior light flickered. Drawer 3 was open 6 inches. Daisy's drawer. The pink floral blanket had shifted forward inside the clear pouch. The stainless ID disc hung over the drawer edge, tapping gently against the metal. Tick, tick, tick. Not alive, not impossible, just the tag swinging. For half a second, relief made me stupid. Then Tyler said, "Where's the cat?" The upper rack was empty. The emergency cat's pouch, logged an hour earlier from a clinic in East Petersburg, should have been on the top shelf in a small white bag. It was not there. Lena's timer beeped at 30 seconds. "Close it," she said. I didn't move, because at the back of the cooler, behind Daisy's partly open drawer, something white protruded from the narrow gap near the fan housing. A corner of plastic pouch. The fan blades behind it clicked weakly. Blocked, overheating, temperature climbing. "Cat S behind the drawer," I said. "How the hell did it get behind the drawer?" Tyler asked. The fan clicked again, struggling against the obstruction. If the fan burned out, the cooler could fail completely. If we pulled the drawer wrong, we could tear the pouch, mix fluids, compromise identification, damage Daisy, damage the cat, make everything worse in the exact way I had spent years trying to prevent. Lena's timer beeped again. "Mara," she said, "close it." I looked at Daisy's tag, tapping against the drawer. Tick, tick, tick. Then the lights flickered hard, and the cooler went dark. The compressor stopped. The fan stopped. The building's hum vanished all at once, leaving only rain on the roof and our breathing. Emergency lights clicked on in the hallway, red and weak. Tyler said, "Power's out." From the processing room in the dark behind us came a long, dry scrape across tile. Not tiny now. Long, deliberate. Lena whispered, "Front door is locked, right?" Tyler did not answer fast enough. And from the reception area, through the closed hallway door, the brass bell over the entrance gave one bright, impossible ring. The bell rang once and then stopped. That was almost worse than if it had kept going. One clean chime from the front reception area, bright and polite, the kind of sound that belonged to daylight and appointment books, and someone carrying in a leash they couldn't throw away yet. Not to a blackout, not to the three of us standing in red emergency light with the cooler door open and the fan dead. Lena whispered, "Nobody moves." But of course, we all did a little. Tyler shifted backward until his shoulder clipped the wall. I tightened my grip on the cooler handle. Lena raised the incident clipboard like it could help. From where we stood, the building arranged itself in a straight line behind us. Cooler at the dead end of the back hallway, processing room halfway down on the left, retort bay opposite it through a wide fire door, office and reception beyond another closed hallway door, then the front entrance with the bell above it. The side entrance was in the retort bay, leading out to the gravel lot. The roll-up door faced the rear service drive. If someone was inside, they had come through the front or the side, or they had already been there. "Tyler," Lena said low, "did you lock the front?" "Yes. Did you check it?" I turned the deadbolt. "That isn't what I asked." He swallowed. "I think I checked it." The cooler's weak cold spilled around my knees. Without power, the interior light had gone dark, but the emergency glow from the hallway caught the edge of Daisy's partly open drawer. Her stainless ID disc hung over the lip, still now. The emergency cat's white pouch corner was wedged behind the drawer, exactly where the fan housing sat. "We close this first," I said. Lena snapped her eyes to me. "Mara, 30 seconds is already gone. We're warming the cooler. There may be someone in the building, and there are remains in an open cooler." That was how my fear worked. It picked the procedural problem because the human one was too large. I pushed Daisy's drawer gently with 2 gloved fingers. It slid half an inch, then caught on something soft behind it. "Don't force it," Tyler said. "I know." I had to angle my wrist into the gap past Daisy's tag to reach the trapped pouch. The metal drawer rail bit into the back of my hand. I felt plastic, damp, cold. I pinched the corner and tried to free it. It tore, not much. A small sound like a sticker peeling off glass. I froze. "Oh God," Tyler said. "It's the outer bag," I whispered. "Just the outer bag." I hoped that was true. I couldn't see well enough to know. My glove had gone slick from condensation. The cooler smelled colder than the hallway, but not cold enough. There was a faint animal smell under the plastic, not rot, not yet, just the truth of bodies that had stopped being bodies people could pet. The bell did not ring again. Lena looked toward the office door. "We need to check reception." "We need the cat out of the fan," I said. "We need to know if someone came in. We need power." "Everyone needs everything," Tyler said, voice thin. That almost broke something in me. Not because it was helpful, because it was true. I pulled again, more carefully. The trapped pouch shifted. Behind it, the fan blades clicked once by gravity and stopped. Tyler stepped beside me and held Daisy's drawer steady. "Okay," he said, slow, toward me. We worked the pouch free inch by inch. It came out folded behind itself, a small white shape that should have been on the upper rack. Its paper tag sleeve was creased, but still attached. I shined the flashlight from my pocket across it. Milo, feline, private, East Petersburg emergency. Vet, I checked the stainless disc against the paper. Match. Upper rack, I said. Tyler placed Milo where he belonged. Lena said, close it. I pushed Daisy's drawer back in. This time it slid fully into place. I shut the cooler door and pressed my palm against the gasket until I heard the seal take. The thermometer read 48. Not good, I said. No power is not good, Lena said. Tell me the backup generator works. Tyler let out one humorless breath. Green Meadow had a backup generator. Technically, it sat in a shed behind the retort bay, beyond the roll-up door, beside the propane tank, and the stacked cedar earned shipping crates Voss wouldn't pay to store properly. It was old, loud, and temperamental. I had seen it run once during an inspection, with Voss standing beside it and smiling like a man selling a horse he knew was lame. We try the generator, Lena said. And reception? Tyler asked. She looked at the hallway door. The red emergency light painted the beige walls the color of meat under plastic wrap. Rain battered the roof harder now, running down the outside of the high windows in trembling sheets. The building had lost its normal hum. Without fans and compressors and fluorescent buzz, every small sound got promoted. A drip in the retort bay, Tyler's breathing, a faint scrape from processing. Lena said, we check the front together first, then generator. Cooler can't wait, I said. If someone's inside, neither can we. That was our first attempt at solving the night. Secure the building, then restore power. It lasted maybe 5 minutes. Lena led with her phone flashlight. Tyler carried the long-handled dustpan from the supply closet like a shovel. I had the rubber flashlight and hated that my first thought was not weapon, but evidence contamination. The hallway door to reception had a narrow window. Through it, we saw the front room in emergency red and rain gray window light. The sample urn shelves, the desk, the diffuser dark and still, the 2 guest chairs, the little table with tissue boxes, the front door beyond. No person, no movement. The brass bell hung above the door. It moved once, a tiny sway. Tyler made a sound through his teeth. Lena pushed the door open. Hello. Nothing answered except rain. We stepped into reception. The carpet muffled us. I checked behind the desk. Tyler checked the small client consultation room to the right, barely big enough for a round table and 3 chairs. Lena crossed to the front door. The deadbolt was turned. The handle was locked, but the door wasn't fully closed. The lower edge sat proud of the frame by maybe a 1/4 inch, and rain had blown in along the threshold, darkening the mat. Lena stared at Tyler. I turned the bolt, he said. You can turn the bolt when the latch isn't seated, she said. I didn't know that. You work in a building with dead animals and industrial burners. Learn doors. His face went hard. I said I was sorry. The bell swayed again, faintly. I saw it then. The cause. A thin strip of plastic floral wrap was caught between the door and frame, fluttering in the draft each time the storm pushed air through the gap. Piper's family's bouquet. The boy must have dropped or torn a piece on the way out. When the wind hit just right, the plastic tugged the bell cord. It was stupid. It was nothing. I almost sat down. Plastic, I said. Tyler followed my light. You're kidding. Lena removed it, shut the door hard, then locked it. This time she pulled until the frame creaked. Misdirections solved. Wonderful, I hated it. For one breath, the room felt almost normal again. Almost. Then the office computer battery backup started shrieking. A high, steady beep from the office alcove behind reception. Lena rushed to it. The camera monitor glowed on backup power, showing 4 squares: reception, hallway, exterior lot, and a black retort bay feed. The timestamp still ran. "We've got maybe 10 minutes before this dies," Lena said. "I'm saving the footage." Clicked through menus with shaking hands. "Can you export during a blackout?" Tyler asked. "I'm about to find out." The system froze at 71%. Lena stared at the progress bar. "No," she said. No. The monitor flickered and came back. The progress bar did not move. Tyler said, "We can come back to it. If the battery dies mid-export, we may lose the clip." "Power first," I said. Lena didn't move. "Lena," her mouth tightened. "That footage proves Tyler covered the pan. It proves the camera skipped. It proves we didn't make this up. And if the cooler warms, we lose Daisy and Milo." That was cruel. I knew it as I said it. She looked at me like she knew it too. The battery shrieked again. She hit cancel, pulled the small hard drive from the office drawer, and shoved it into her jacket pocket. "Fine, generator." We moved back through the hallway. The cooler thermometer read 50. The processing room door was still closed. Under it, ash had begun to appear. Not a lot. A pale crescent at the threshold, as if someone inside had swept lightly toward the hall and stopped halfway. Tyler saw it and went still. "That wasn't there." "No," I said. Lena said, "Do not open that door. I need to see if the ash is coming from airflow." "There is no airflow. Power is out. Emergency vents can backdraft." "Mara." I stepped closer anyway and crouched. The ash at the threshold had fine marks in it. Lines, not footprints, not paw prints. More like something bristled or dragged. Then a dark shape rushed against the bottom of the door. Tyler yelped and swung the dustpan. The metal edge cracked against the wall inches from my head. I fell backward hard on my hip. "Jesus," Lena shouted. Something squealed from inside the processing room. Not human, high, wet, furious. Tyler dropped the dustpan. "Rat. That was a rat. That was a rat." My elbow burned where I had hit the floor. I was still staring at the bottom of the door. The shape hit again, smaller this time, pressing through the rubber sweep. A pointed nose shoved under the gap and vanished. Lena grabbed the collar of my scrub top and hauled me back. "Move," my hip throbbed. My hand stung where the drawer rail had scraped skin through the glove. The fear inside me changed shape. It got less impossible and more disgusting. Rats could move ash. Rats could drag tags. Rats could chew wires. Rats could get into warm spaces, nest under cabinets, squeeze through gaps you would swear were too small, and make fools out of adults who had been busy imagining worse things. "Pest activity confirmed," I said, because my brain had apparently chosen to be unbearable. Tyler laughed once, too loudly. "Great, perfect, ash rats." "Stop," Lena said. The rats scratched at the door from the other side. Ash puffed under the sweep in tiny bursts. Now the trap tightened. Processing was contaminated. Cooler was warming. Retort power was compromised. Camera backup was dying. The front was locked, but the building wasn't safe. and the room we needed to inspect was occupied by at least one terrified rat that had been moving through cremated remains. Lena stepped over the dustpan. Generator, now. We keep that door closed until Voss gets here. The second attempt was restoring power. To reach the generator, we had to go through the retort bay. From the back hallway, the retort bay opened on the right. A wide concrete room with the retort against the far wall, tool rack to the left, roll-up door straight ahead, side exit to the gravel lot near the propane tank, and generator shed outside beyond the service drive. Rainwater had spread farther across the bay floor. It came in under the roll-up door and pooled in low spots, reflecting the red emergency light in broken strips. The retort was powered down, but it still radiated heat. Warm air sat above cold water. The whole room smelled of wet concrete, hot metal, and that faint, scorched plastic note from the control cabinet. Tyler stopped at the threshold. Water's closer to the cable. I shined my flashlight. The scuffed cable near the control cabinet ran along the wall, several feet from the spreading water, but not far enough for comfort. "Stay clear of that side," I said. "Walk along the tool wall." "Bossy," Tyler muttered. "Yes." He didn't argue. The side door stuck in Rain's swollen frame. Lena threw her shoulder into it. It opened with a gasp and a slap of wet air. Outside, the service yard was a dark rectangle between the building and the chain link fence. Gravel, dumpster, propane tank, generator shed. Beyond the fence, a 2-lane road blurred silver under headlights. Farther out were fields, invisible except when lightning showed the low, flat shapes of barns and trees. The generator shed was maybe 30 feet from the side door. In dry weather, nothing. In this rain, with emergency lights behind us and the processing room scratching at our backs, it looked farther. We ran bent against the storm. The gravel shifted under my clogs. Water soaked through my scrub pants in seconds. My hips screamed from the fall. Tyler reached the shed first and yanked the door. "Locked. Key," he shouted. "Office key ring," Lena said. Nobody had it. For a second, rain filled the space where thinking should have been. Then I remembered. Voss keeps a spare above the extinguisher box. Tyler turned. Inside, retort bay. We ran back. The side door banged behind us. Lena found the key in a magnetic holder above the red extinguisher box, because Voss was cheap but predictable. We ran out again. The shed door opened into a smell of gasoline, old oil, and damp plywood. Tyler crouched at the generator. "I've never started this thing." "There are instructions," Lena said. The instructions were laminated and zip-tied to the frame, spotted with mildew. I read them aloud while Tyler worked. Fuel valve open, choke, battery switch, ignition. The generator coughed. Stopped. He tried again. Cough, grind, nothing. "Again," Lena said. "I am again ing." On the fourth attempt, the starter clicked but did not turn. Tyler sat back on his heels. Rain dripped from his hair into his eyes. "Battery's dead." "No," Lena said. He pointed at the little voltage meter. "It's dead." Lena looked like she might kick it. "Voss said this was serviced in March." "Voss says a lot," I said. From inside the building came a muffled bang. All three of us turned, not the processing room, farther back, the roll-up door. A second bang followed, metal rattling in its tracks. Tyler whispered, "Someone S in the bay." We ran back through the side door more carefully this time, because panic on wet concrete is how you split your skull. The retort bay was empty. The roll-up door shook again. Then a large shape slammed against the outside of it, and Lena screamed. The sound that came through was wet, heavy, and animal. For one awful second, I saw in my head something impossible dragging itself up from the service drain, covered in ash and fur and bone dust. Then headlights swept across the narrow window in the roll-up door. A brown dog stood outside in the rain, front paws against the metal, barking hard enough to rattle the panels. A living dog, big, soaked, wearing a snapped leash. Tyler put one hand over his face. "I hate tonight." The dog barked again, frantic and hoarse, then turned and ran toward the dumpster. "Neighbor's dog," Lena said, "or from the road. Can we bring it in?" "No," I said immediately. "Not into a contaminated facility with an electrical issue." Tyler stared at me. "It's a dog in a storm. It's also a bite risk." He looked toward the door window, jaw working. He had a soft heart. It was one of his best qualities, and right then, one of the most dangerous. "We can call animal control," Lena said. "With no power and a dying phone battery?" Tyler asked. "Use mine," I said. I pulled out my phone. 12%. No service. The storm had knocked something out, or the building's metal walls were doing their usual trick of making phones useless where you most needed them. Lena checked hers. 1 bar, she called Voss. Straight to voicemail. She called again. Nothing. Cooler thermometer in the hallway read 53 when we got back inside. 53. My body felt too hot under my wet scrubs. My scraped hand pulsed inside the glove. Tyler's face had gone gray with exhaustion. Lena's mascara had smudged under one eye, not from crying, just rain and friction, and a night refusing to behave. "We can't wait for Voss," I said. Lena looked at me. "We need to move the remains to the transport freezer at the emergency vet." Tyler blinked. "Drive them?" "Yes. In this storm, better than letting the cooler fail." Lena shook her head. "The Van S in the front lot. Keys are in the lockbox. We'd need to move Daisy, Milo, and the shepherd through the building. Past processing, into the van, document transfer, maintain temperature somehow. Cooler packs in the intake freezer," I said, "which is also without power." "Still cold." Tyler said, "Emergency vet delayed pickup to 9. They have refrigeration. They also have clients, cameras, and questions," Lena said. "They're medical professionals. They can handle an emergency transfer. And when they ask why, we tell them electrical failure." "That's true," I said. Lena gave me a sharp look. "Not the whole truth. No, but enough for tonight." She looked down the hallway toward processing. The ash under the door had spread again, worked outward by scratching. The rat, or rats, were still inside. Every minute we waited, they had more time to move through whatever residue was in that room, more time to choose something else, more time to turn a contained incident into something larger. Then, the office battery backup gave one long dying beep from reception. The camera system was gone. Lena closed her eyes. "Okay, transfer." The third attempt was evacuation. It failed before we reached the cooler. We gathered what we could: insulated transport bags, cooler packs from the small intake freezer, chain of custody forms, fresh gloves, zip ties, Tyvek sleeves. Lena wrote times by flashlight. Tyler brought the rolling gurney from the retort bay and wiped rainwater from its wheels with paper towels because he needed something to do with his hands. I opened the cooler as little as possible. The smell hit different now. Still not decay, not exactly, but warmer. Damp fur, plastic, metal, and a sour edge that warned us the clock was real. We loaded Milo first because he was small. Tag checked, disc checked, form checked. The Mannheim Shepherd came second, heavy enough that Tyler and I had to lift together. My scraped hand slipped on the pouch, and pain shot up my wrist. "Stop," Tyler said. "I've got it. You don't." He adjusted his grip without making me say thank you. Daisy was last. Her drawer opened smoothly this time. Pink floral blanket visible. Tag attached. Disc matched. I checked twice, then a third time, because Daisy was promised tomorrow, and Mr. Kepler's face was still in my head, his hand opening and closing around his truck keys. "Mara," Lena said softly. "I know. No, look." She pointed to the back wall of the cooler. Where Milo's pouch had been wedged near the fan, there was a hole in the insulation panel. Not large, maybe 2 inches wide. The plastic around it was ragged with bite marks. Beyond it, darkness. Service void between the cooler wall and the building wall. Rats hadn't just gotten into processing. They had a route, processing cabinet, wall void, cooler housing. The ashes were moving because something was carrying them. Not all at once, not magically, on feet, on fur, in mouths, through gaps we had ignored because the building's old sounds had become normal. Tyler whispered, "They've been in the cooler." Lena covered her mouth. My private fear, the one I kept boxed and labeled and filed away, opened fully. Not a mistake from years ago. This. Families trusting us with the last physical thing they had left. And rats in the cooler wall. I looked at Daisy's pouch and couldn't tell, under the weak flashlight and condensation, whether the marks near the bottom seam were scratches from the rack or teeth. "We transfer now," I said, but my voice sounded far away. We loaded Daisy onto the gurney. Then the retort bay smoke alarm went off. Not a chirp, a full shriek. The sound punched down the hallway, bouncing off tile and concrete. Red light strobed from the bay ceiling. Tyler flinched so hard he nearly let go of the gurney. "Hot plastic," Lena said. We ran with the gurney because walking was no longer an option. Cooler bags slid. Daisy's tag clattered. Milo's small bundle shifted in the insulated bin. At the retort bay threshold, smoke hung low near the control cabinet. Not thick yet, but real. A thread rising from the scuffed cable area, curling into the emergency light. Rainwater had reached the wall. The powered-down retort wasn't the source. The building wiring was. Tyler grabbed the extinguisher. "Electrical fire," I shouted. "Code 2, not water." "It is code 2. He pulled the pin with both hands, aimed at the base of the smoke, and discharged. White vapor blasted across the cabinet, loud and freezing. The smoke thinned. The alarm kept screaming. Lena was already trying Voss again. Voicemail. "Damn it. We call 911, I said, her head snapped up. There it was. The point we had all been trying not to reach. Calling 911 meant fire department. Police, maybe. Incident reports, questions, access to the building. Processing room opened. Cooler opened. Voss furious. Families notified. No controlling the story. Also, not calling meant we might burn inside a pet crematorium with 3 animal remains on a gurney and rats in the walls. Lena dialed. The side door banged open behind us. Wind shoved rain into the bay. The living dog from outside burst through the gap, muddy and wild-eyed, leash dragging behind it. It skidded on wet concrete, slammed into the gurney, and bolted toward the hallway. The gurney lurched. I caught Daisy's bag with both arms. Tyler caught the side rail. Milo's insulated bin hit the floor and tipped open. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then, from the processing room down the hall, the scratching stopped. The dog stood in the hallway facing that closed door, hackles raised, growling low. Not at us. At the ash under the door. Lena had the phone to her ear. Yes, we need fire response. Green Meadow Pet Cremation, off Route 30 outside Mountville. Possible electrical fire, power outage, refrigerated remains at risk. The dog growled harder. The processing room door, which we had closed and taped and avoided and treated like a line we could choose not to cross, shifted inward at the bottom. Not opened. Bent. Something on the other side pushed against it with frantic, scraping force. Rats fleeing smoke, fleeing the dog, fleeing whatever route we had blocked when we moved the cooler drawer. The ash at the threshold puffed into the hallway. Tyler whispered, "There's more than one." The smoke alarm screamed. Lena shouted information into the phone. Rain blew across the concrete. The cooler behind us was dead. The van was out front. The side door was open. The dog blocked the hall. And then the retort bay lights flickered back on, bright and white and wrong. Power returned. The damaged cable sparked once near the wall. A blue snap. The wet floor flashed with reflected light. "Out," I shouted. But the gurney was between us and the side door. The dog was between us and reception, and the processing room door was starting to give. There was no clean exit anymore. No waiting for Voss. No keeping this quiet. No preserving the room untouched. The building had become the incident. The spark snapped blue against the wall, and every instruction I had ever memorized left me at once. Not gradually. Not in a noble, cinematic way. It was just gone. The binders, the signs, the correct forms with their neat little boxes. All I had left was wet concrete, a gurney loaded with 3 dead animals, a terrified live dog growling at a door full of rats, and a damaged cable throwing light too close to water. "Out," I shouted again, because panic likes repeats. Nobody could move. The gurney blocked half the side door. The dog blocked the hallway. The processing room door buckled at the bottom with a hard scraping shove, then sprang back, the rubber sweep puffing gray ash into the red-lit air. Lena still had the phone pressed to her ear, trying to hear the dispatcher over the alarm. Tyler had the empty CO2 extinguisher in both hands. Another spark jumped from the scuffed cable. This one hit the damp wall and made a tiny sound like a nail being clipped. "Shut the main off," I said. Tyler looked at me. "Where?" The answer came back through muscle memory. "Utility closet, beside laundry, past processing, past the dog, past the door, past the ash." Lena yelled into the phone, possible electrical fire. Yes, power came back. We have water on the floor. The dispatcher's voice was a faint, tinny buzz. The dog lunged at the processing door and barked so hard spit flashed from its mouth. The door shook. Something inside hit it from the other side. A rat squealed, then another. More than one. More than two. Tyler took one step toward the hallway. I grabbed his sleeve. Not through there. We need the main. We need not to step between a dog and a rat nest. There's no other way. There was, not a good one. I turned toward the roll-up door. Manual chain. Tyler followed my look. The big door. If we open it, we can get the gurney out to the service drive, then circle to the front. Utility closet has an outside access panel near the laundry vent. Lena lowered the phone. Are you sure? No. That was the most honest I had been all night. The roll-up door had no power, but it had a manual chain hoist near the tool wall above the widening water. It was stiff on good days. Tonight the chain hung over the damp floor beside the same wall as the damaged cable, 10 feet from where smoke still curled lazily from behind the control cabinet. We had to choose between the known hazard and the closed hallway full of teeth. Tyler said, I'll do it. No, I said. Mara, you're taller. You move the gurney when it opens. I'll pull. It was a stupid argument because height had nothing to do with it. The truth was worse. If someone got shocked or burned, I wanted it to be me. Not because I was brave, because my name was on too many lines already. Lena heard that in my voice. Absolutely not. The processing room door gave another hard crack. The bottom corner splintered inward. The dog jumped back, nails skidding on tile, then charged again. The alarm screamed overhead. There was no time to vote. I crossed the retort bay along the tool wall, stepping where the water looked shallowest. Heat radiated from the dead retort on my left. Smoke stung the back of my throat. The chain was greasy and cold when I grabbed it. Nothing happened on the first pull. Come on, Tyler said, not to me exactly. I pulled again. The chain moved an inch. The door groaned in its track. Another spark popped. I flinched and lost my grip. The chain lashed against my scraped hand. Pain shot through my knuckles. Mara, Lena shouted. I'm fine. I was not fine. But fine is what you say when stopping would make everything worse. I wrapped the chain around my gloved hand and pulled with my whole body. The door lifted 3 inches. Rain blew under it, cold and hard, flattening the smoke near the floor. I pulled again. 6 inches. A foot. Tyler shoved the gurney toward the gap. Not yet, I yelled. Too low. The dog barked behind us. The processing door cracked wider at the bottom. A gray rat shot into the hallway, low and fast, dragging ash behind it like smoke. The dog snapped at it and missed. The rat vanished beneath the cooler door area. Lena stumbled back from the hallway, phone still in hand. There are more, I pulled. The door rose to waist height. The outside storm came in like something thrown. Rain hit my face. Wind pushed the loose ash from the hallway into the bay in pale little ghosts across the concrete. Tyler ducked under the roll-up door and dragged the front of the gurney through. I kept pulling until the opening was chest high, then let the chain lock. For 1 second, I thought we had found the route. Then Milo's bin slipped again. The insulated container tilted off the lower shelf of the gurney and hit the wet concrete outside. The lid popped open. The small white pouch slid halfway out onto the service drive. Tyler froze. "No," he said. I ran through the door and dropped beside it. Rain soaked through my knees instantly. The pouch had not opened. The tag was still attached. The stainless disc was still wired, but it was on the ground. Dirty water ran around it. I heard myself make a sound I did not recognize. Tyler crouched beside me. "It's intact. Mara, it's intact. It touched runoff. Outer pouch only. We don't know that. We can rebag. We document first. Mara, not now." He reached for Milo. I slapped his hand away. The look he gave me was pure hurt, then anger. "Are you serious? I have to photograph it. The building is smoking." "I have to." Lena grabbed both our shoulders from behind and shoved us apart. "Enough." Her face was wet from rain, her hair loose from its bun, her phone clutched in her fist. "Mara, take one picture. Tyler, get a clean outer bag. Then we move. That is the compromise. Do it now." Her voice snapped something back into place. I took the picture. Tyler sprinted inside, came back with a clean transport sleeve, and together we slid Milo into it without touching the inner pouch. My hands shook so badly that he had to hold the sleeve open. "Disc," I said. "Matches," he said. "Tag, matches. Say the name." "Milo, feline, private, East Petersburg emergency vet." The words steadied me for half a breath. We loaded Milo. Tyler Zip tied the bin. I wrote nothing down because my pen was gone and the paper would have turned to pulp anyway. Inside the bay, the dog yelped. Not barked, yelp. We looked back. The dog had retreated toward the retort bay entrance, one front paw lifted. A rat hung briefly from the loose leash near its chest, not biting the dog, tangled in the snapped nylon, twisting and squealing. The dog spun, slammed into the wall, and the rat flew free under the tool cabinet. "Leave it," Lena shouted, because Tyler had already moved. "It's hurt." "So are we." The dog limped 2 steps toward the open roll-up door, then stopped at Daisy's gurney, shaking water from its head. Its eyes were wide, white at the edges. Mud streaked its ribs. A red collar showed under the wet fur. A pet, somebody's pet. Of course it was. Tyler's face changed again. "Tyler," I said. He looked at Daisy on the gurney, then at the live dog, then at the processing door where more scratching came fast now, a packed, frantic sound. "I know," he said. "I know." He took off his belt. "What are you doing?" Lena asked. "Leash." He moved slowly sideways, one hand low. Hey, buddy, easy," the dog growled, not viciously, frightened. Its paw trembled off the floor. Another spark snapped inside. The dog bolted under the roll-up door into the rain. Tyler lunged and caught the dragging leash. For half a second, he had it. Then the dog pulled. Tyler slipped on the wet concrete and went down hard on his left shoulder. His head missed the edge of the gurney by inches. The leash burned through his hand and vanished into the dark. "Tyler," Lena ran to him. He rolled onto his back, gasping. "Shoulder, can you move?" He tried and made a sharp, ugly sound. "Don't," I said. "Don't move it." The smoke alarm kept screaming. Rain hammered the metal door. The gurney stood halfway outside, halfway in, Daisy and the shepherd, and Milo under plastic and cold packs, exposed to weather because we had chosen movement over preservation, and now had neither. Lena crouched beside Tyler. "Can you stand?" He nodded too quickly. Yeah, he couldn't. When she helped him up, his left arm hung wrong, not dangling loose, but guarded tight against his body, shoulder already swelling under his damp shirt. Not broken, maybe. Dislocated, sprained, torn enough. "Go to the front," I said, "both of you." "No," Lena said. "Take the phone, guide fire in. I'll shut the main. Mara, I can reach the outside access. You don't even know it opens." "I know where it is." The processing door cracked again behind us. This time, the bottom panel split. A rat pushed through, then another behind it, bodies slick with ash and rain, and whatever dust they had dragged through the walls. They scattered, not toward us exactly, just away from the smoke and the dog smell and the collapsing room. One ran beneath the retort, another across the water. It hit the wet patch near the cable and jerked violently. A tiny convulsion. Then still. We all saw it. Electrical current in the water. Not everywhere, not yet, but enough. "Do not step there," I said stupidly, because no one planned to. The bay became a map of forbidden spaces. Sparking wall to the left, electrified water spreading across the middle, rats boiling out of processing into the hallway, gurney stuck under the half-open door. Outside, storm beyond, Tyler injured. Lena with one phone and a dying signal. Me with a flashlight and a hand that wouldn't stop bleeding through the glove. The fire truck sirens sounded far away. Faint. Coming, but not here. No sudden saviors, not yet. Lena heard it too, her face almost crumpled with relief, then hardened. "We still need the main off before they walk into this." I nodded. The side door to the yard was open. Between it and the outer access panel was 15 feet of gravel, rain, and mud. Safer than the bay water, maybe. "Give me the flashlight," Tyler said. "You can't." "I can hold a flashlight with my right hand." Lena stripped off her jacket and threw it over Daisy's section of the gurney. Not because it was sterile, not because it fixed anything, but because rain was hitting the transport bags and she couldn't stand doing nothing. "Go, both of you. I'll keep the gurney from rolling." Tyler and I went through the side door. Outside, the storm had made the service yard into a slurry of gravel and brown water. The generator shed door banged in the wind. The propane tank loomed pale near the fence. Beyond the fence, headlights slowed on Route 30, probably watching the emergency lights flash against the crematorium walls. The utility access panel was on the exterior wall behind the laundry vent, half hidden by 2 stacked shipping crates and a warped sheet of plywood. Tyler held the flashlight. His left arm was pressed to his ribs. He was breathing through his teeth. "You should be sitting down," I said. "You should be wearing better shoes." "Fair." I dragged the first crate aside. It broke apart in my hands, wet cardboard and splintery wood spilling packing peanuts into the mud. The second crate was heavier. Tyler tried to help one-handed. "Stop," I snapped. He stopped. I shoved the crate with my hip, pain flaring where I had fallen earlier. The plywood behind it was swollen and stuck to the mud. I got my fingers under the edge and pulled. A splinter drove under my nail. I shouted. Not a word, just noise. Tyler flinched. "You okay?" "No." Still, the plywood came loose. The metal access panel behind it had a rusted latch and a faded warning sticker. Main electrical disconnect. Authorized personnel only. I almost laughed. Tyler, shine the beam. Can you open it? The latch wouldn't move. I hit it with the heel of my hand. Nothing. Inside the bay, Lena screamed my name. We turned. Through the open side door, I saw the gurney lurch backward, not from rats, from gravity. The floor sloped slightly toward the drain, and one wheel had lost its brake on the wet concrete. Lena had both hands on the rail, boots sliding, trying to keep 3 remains from rolling toward the electrified water. I grabbed a broken crate board and jammed it under the access latch. Metal shrieked. The latch popped. The panel opened. Inside was a large black lever. Up, on. I wrapped my hand around it. For 1 second, I thought of Voss telling us not to call outside vendors. Voss telling us not to use words like contamination. Voss with his policies and cheap repairs and service generator that wouldn't start. Then I pulled the lever down. The building died. Fully this time. The smoke alarm cut off mid-scream. The emergency lights went black. The retort bay went dark except for Tyler's flashlight, Lena's phone, and the storm-lit opening of the roll-up door. The sudden quiet was physical. It pressed into my ears. Then the rats got louder. Without the alarm, we could hear them in the walls. In processing, under the cabinet, above the cooler ceiling, a dry, frantic scurry like handfuls of nails poured through hollow wood. Tyler whispered, "How many?" I didn't answer. We ran back. Lena had the gurney braced with her shoulder, both feet planted. Her face was twisted with effort. The front wheel had rolled into a shallow puddle, but stopped short of the dead rat near the cable. "I can't hold it much longer," she said. Tyler moved to help, then gasped and doubled slightly over his shoulder. I grabbed the rear rail. "Brake," Lena said. "I'm trying." The wheel brake had jammed with grit. I kicked it. Nothing. Kicked again. Pain shot up my shin. Third kick. It snapped down. The gurney stopped. A lull came then. Not safety, just a pause. The bay sat in darkness, rain blowing in under the roll-up door, smoke thinning now that power was cut. The processing room door had stopped moving. The rats inside had found other routes or frozen in place. Far off, the siren grew louder, then faded, then grew again as the truck navigated wet rural roads. Tyler sank onto an overturned bucket, face slick and pale. Lena wrapped one arm around herself and used the other to hold the phone up, searching for signal. I stood beside the gurney and looked at the 3 transport bags. Daisy, Milo, Shepherd. I checked the tags by flashlight. 1, 2, 3. The Shepherd's tag had twisted around its zip tie. I turned it carefully. BRUNO Canine Private MANHEIM Veterinary Clinic. His pouch was intact. Daisy's outer bag had mud on one corner from the gurney bump. Her stainless disc still matched. Milo had been rebagged. Not perfect, documented poorly, but not lost, not mixed, not yet. Lena's phone connected. Yes, we're outside the retort bay. Main power is off. Possible rodents in processing. 1 employee injured. No human fire injuries. We have animal remains on a transport gurney. She paused, listening. No, We cannot safely exit through the side yard with the gurney because of storm conditions and injured staff. Front entrance is clear as far as we know. As far as we knew, that phrase felt like the whole night. Tyler looked toward the hallway. We still have to get them out front. He was right. The roll-up door opened to the service drive, but the van was in the front lot. The service drive gate was locked from the inside with a chain Voss kept on because teenagers had once dumped a couch behind the building. The key was in his office. The office was past reception. Reception was reachable by hallway, past processing, past the cooler, past whatever rats had spread into the walls. Lena ended the call. Fire says they're 3 minutes out. We need to meet them at the front and tell them about the power and the water. I'll go, Tyler said. You can barely stand. I can walk. You can't open doors with that arm. I can. No, I said. We all go. Lena looked at the gurney. We leave them. The answer should have been yes. Human safety first. That's what any sane policy would say. But none of us moved. That was the cost of this job. You started knowing the bodies were not people, not legally, not medically, and still you learned that abandoning them felt like betrayal. We take them, I said. How? Tyler asked. Through the hallway, fast. No stopping. If rats cross, we keep moving. Lena nodded once. Front door, then sidewalk. Fire can help transfer. We turned the gurney around by inches. One wheel squealed. Tyler used his good arm to steer. Lena held her phone light high. I took the front rail. The hallway was darker than before. No emergency red now. Just flashlights and the faint gray from windows. Processing was on our left. Its door had split at the bottom, leaving a jagged triangular gap. Ash lay outside it in a fan-shaped smear, marked by tiny tracks. As we passed, something moved inside. Tyler whispered, "Don't look." I looked. Of course I looked. Through the broken gap, my flashlight caught the lower cabinets, the open communal pan on the counter, and the floor beneath it alive with small, frantic bodies. Rats, yes. Ordinary rats. Terrible because they were ordinary. Their fur was dusted gray. One had a piece of paper tag sleeve in its mouth. Another nosed through the ash and sneezed. Ashes were moving because the building had been letting the world in through its wounds. I saw the chewed baseboard, the gap behind the scale cable, the vent cover hanging by one screw, the unpaid repair made flesh. Then the gurney wheel hit the ash. It skidded. Daisy's bag shifted toward the edge. I lunged and caught it, slamming my scraped hand against the metal rail. Pain white flared across my vision. Tyler grabbed the rail with his bad arm by instinct and screamed. The sound tore out of him and filled the hallway. Rats scattered. Lena shoved the gurney from behind. Move, we moved. The cooler door to our right thumped once from inside the wall void, but we did not stop. The office doorway passed on the left. Reception ahead. The front room appeared in Lena's phone light, chairs and urn shelves, and tissue boxes waiting like props after a play had gone wrong. The front door was still locked. Lena fumbled with the deadbolt. Her fingers slipped. Come on. Tyler sagged against the gurney. I looked back. The living dog stood at the far end of the hall by the retort bay, soaked, limping, staring at us. It had come back in through the roll-up door. In its mouth was something pale. For one horrible second, I thought it had taken part of a pouch. Then it dropped the object. A chewed cardboard sleeve. An intake tag sleeve. The dog barked once. Behind it, smoke shifted in the bay doorway. Then rats poured across the hall from processing to the cooler side, a low gray rush. "Open it," I shouted. Lena got the deadbolt. The front door flew inward with the storm wind. Blue and red lights washed over the carpet. Firefighters in turnout gear were crossing the lot. Not sudden, not miraculous, just late enough to matter. "Here," Lena screamed. "Here." A firefighter reached the doorway, then stopped at the sight of us. 3 soaked crematorium employees, a gurney full of labeled animal remains, ash on the wheels, blood on my glove, Tyler white-faced and holding his shoulder, and a hallway behind us that sounded like paper being shredded in the walls. "Main power is off," I said, because my brain still wanted procedure. "Electrical hazard in retort bay. Rodent infestation breached processing and cooler. Refrigeration failure. 1 injured employee." The firefighter stared for half a beat, then nodded. "Everybody out. We need help with the remains," Lena said. "People first." "No," I said. "They come with us." He looked at my face. Maybe he had pets. Maybe he understood grief. Maybe he just saw that arguing would take longer. "Fine. Move." 2 firefighters took the gurney. Another guided Tyler out. Lena followed, clutching the hard drive in her jacket pocket. I stepped onto the front walk and almost fell because the ground did not move the way the building had. Rain hit my face cleanly for the first time all night. Behind us, inside Green Meadow, something crashed in processing. A shelf, maybe, urns, metal pan. The firefighter pulled the door mostly shut, but not all the way. Smoke needed somewhere to go. People needed to go in. I stood under the awning, shaking, watching water run off Daisy's pink floral blanket beneath Lena's jacket. Tyler sat on the curb with a paramedic kneeling beside him. Lena talked to a fire captain, words coming too fast. The living dog had followed us out and now stood near the hedge, trembling on 3 legs, while another firefighter looped a rope lead around its neck. No ghosts, no curse, no haunted ashes, just rats, bad wiring, a dead generator, a leaking door, cheap repairs, missed signs, and 3 people who had tried to keep a broken building from admitting what it was. Fire captain asked me, "Anyone else inside?" I looked through the open front door, down the hall toward the room where ash still shifted in the dark. "No," I said. Then I corrected myself. "No people." And that was the best I could do. By the time the fire department let us sit in the ambulance, I couldn't stop checking my hands. Not for blood, exactly. There was some of that. My right glove had split across the knuckles, and the cut beneath it kept welling up every time I flexed my fingers. A splinter was still buried under 1 nail. The back of my other hand had gone purple where the cooler rail had pinched it. But I was checking for ash. It had gotten everywhere. In the creases around my wrists, along the cuffs of my scrub top, a gray thumbprint on the side of my neck where I must have wiped sweat away without thinking. 1 paramedic, a woman with silver hair tucked under a navy cap, tried to clean my knuckles with sterile water while I kept turning my palms over like I expected something to be written there. Hold still, she said. Sorry, you crematory staff, I nodded. She glanced toward the building, where firefighters moved through rain and smoke in heavy coats. Rough night. That was one word for it. Tyler sat on the ambulance bench opposite me, shirt cut open at the shoulder, face gray under the harsh interior light. His left arm was strapped against his chest. Every few breaths, he closed his eyes and swallowed hard. Tyler Baines, 24 male, was still trying to make jokes because that was how he kept fear from settling permanently in his mouth. If it's dislocated, he said, I want it noted that I fought a dog and lost. The paramedic didn't smile. You slipped, heroically. You slipped in a crematorium during an electrical incident. Less heroic when you phrase it right. Lena stood outside under the ambulance awning, speaking to a fire captain and a police officer. Her jacket was gone because it was still draped over Daisy Kepler's transport bag on the gurney, protecting it from the rain in a way that was not sterile, not official, and somehow exactly right. She held her clipboard to her chest and answered questions in that calm office voice, but I could see her left hand shaking around the pen. The police officer was Officer Renee Whitaker, 38, female, from the Township Department, with rain darkening the shoulders of her uniform and a tired, attentive face. She had the particular stillness of someone who had learned not to react too quickly in front of upset people. The fire captain beside her was Captain Joel Hanrahan, 52, male, broad and blunt, his helmet tucked under one arm while water dripped off the brim. They weren't treating it like a haunting. That helped. They treated it like a building failure, a workplace safety incident, possible negligence, possible public health concern, possible evidence preservation issue once Lena said the phrase, client remains, and the officer's pen paused over her notepad. I heard pieces of it through the open ambulance doors. No active fire once main was cut. Smoke from compromised wiring. Rodent activity observed in multiple rooms. Cooler compromised. Need health department and state ag, maybe consumer protection if remains were affected. At the word affected, my stomach pulled tight. The paramedic dabbed antiseptic into the cut on my hand. It burned cleanly, almost pleasantly, because it was a pain with a reason. You need stitches, Tyler asked. No, the paramedic said. Probably glue. Maybe a tetanus update. Put that in the brochure, Tyler murmured. Pet cremation, grief, dignity, tetanus. I looked at him. Tyler, he stopped. His face changed. Sorry. No, I said. I just don't. He nodded and looked down at the ambulance floor. The gurney with Daisy, Milo, and Bruno sat beneath the front awning, guarded by a firefighter like it was evidence from a bank robbery. Each bag had been wiped, rechecked, and placed in fresh outer transport sleeves under my direction, then under Captain Hanrahan's direction when he finally said, Ma'am, I appreciate your process, but you are bleeding on the forms. He was right. I had put one rusty red fingerprint on Milo's chain of custody sheet. I kept staring at it until Lena took the form away. I'll rewrite it with a witness, she said. You can't rewrite original documentation. Then I'll attach a continuation sheet. You need my initials. I know, Mara, she said it gently, and that made me want to cry more than if she had snapped. I didn't cry then. Not in the ambulance. Not while Tyler's shoulder was reduced with a low, awful groan behind a half-closed door. Not while animal control arrived and caught the soaked, red-collared dog near the hedge. The dog turned out to be a male golden retriever mix, maybe 6 years old, scanned by a young animal control officer named Andrew Pell, 26, male, whose scanner chirped when it found a microchip. His name was Samson. He lived 2 roads over, and his owners had already reported him missing after a backyard gate blew open in the storm. Samson had a shallow cut between his paw pads and a rat bite near the loose skin of his chest. He leaned his wet head against Andrew's leg like he had known him for years. Tyler saw that and looked away. "You saved him from running into traffic," I said. "I dropped Milo." "You didn't drop Milo." The bin tipped. I grabbed the dog. "You're allowed to care about living things too." He gave me a tired, crooked look. "Are you telling yourself that or me?" I had no answer. Harold Voss arrived at 9:42 p.m. in a black raincoat that still had restaurant warmth on it. The kind of warmth that said he had been somewhere with linen napkins while we were fighting his building. He parked crookedly near the fire truck and came toward us fast until Officer Whitaker intercepted him. Harold Voss, 56, male, looked smaller in the rain than he did in the office. His hair was plastered to his forehead. His face wore outrage first, then calculation, then a practiced concern that arrived too late to seem real. "I'm the owner," he said. "What happened here?" Lena turned from the ambulance door. The look she gave him was quiet and flat. "You tell us," she said. He didn't like that. The next hour happened in fragments. Voss insisting no one had authority to shut off main power. Captain Hanrahan explaining that actually, during an electrical hazard with standing water, someone absolutely had authority to stop people from dying. Officer Whitaker asking who had last serviced the generator. Voss saying he would have to check records. Lena producing the hard drive from her jacket pocket like a stone from a sling. Tyler, pale and medicated, whispering, "Oh, she's going to kill him." Me sitting on the ambulance step while a firefighter asked me to describe exactly where I saw the first ash movement, the second, the rat, the cooler obstruction, the hole, the cable, the smoke. I told it as plainly as I could. No ghosts, no curses, no words that made it sound larger or stranger than it was. That was the worst part in the end. The ordinary size of it. The building had been chewed open by rats because gaps had not been sealed. The cooler had been breached because damaged insulation had been ignored or hidden behind racks. The generator failed because its battery had not been maintained. The retort bay wiring had been scuffed, overheated, and exposed to moisture because repairs kept getting deferred. The ashes moved because small bodies moved through them, because warm rooms attract pests, because human beings get used to bad smells and bad sounds if those sounds appear one at a time. By midnight, the 3 sets of remains were transferred to East Petersburg Emergency Vet under emergency hold. The clinic's night supervisor, Dr. Caitlin Reeves, 44, female, met us under their covered intake, bay wearing purple scrubs and a rain jacket. She had the serious, unsentimental kindness of someone who had euthanized animals for families and then eaten dinner from a vending machine. She looked at our paperwork, then at our faces. "Are these intact?" "Yes," I said. Outer packaging compromised on Milo. Daisy and Bruno exposed to failed refrigeration, but not opened. All IDs verified with 2 witnesses. Any cross-contact, I don't know. The words came out rough. Dr. Reeves didn't punish me for them. She nodded. Then we hold them separately until the health department and the families decide how they want to proceed. Families. The word waited for us in the parking lot. Lena called Mr. Kepler first. Not Voss. Not me. Lena. She stood under the emergency vet awning with my continuation notes in one hand and her phone in the other, rain dripping off her sleeves, and told an old man that Daisy's cremation would be delayed because there had been an equipment and facility contamination incident. She did not say rats in the first sentence. She did not hide it when he asked directly why there was contamination. She said rodent activity was found in the building. Then she closed her eyes while he spoke. I could only hear her side. "Yes, sir. No, sir. Daisy's remains are identified and separated. Yes, her blanket is still with her. No, we are not asking you to make any decision tonight." A long pause. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry." Afterward, she handed me the phone because I needed to speak to Ellen Morrison about Piper. I didn't want to. My old fear stood up inside me, brushed itself off, and took the shape of Mrs. Haldeman again. "That is Buddy S." Ellen answered on the second ring. There was a television on low in the background and a child talking from another room. Her voice softened when she recognized the number, probably expecting something administrative. A receipt, a missed signature. I told her there had been an incident after Piper's remains had been sealed. I told her Piper's chain of custody had been intact. I told her I had observed unusual ash movement before sealing and had believed it was airflow at the time. That last sentence hurt to say. It should have hurt. Ellen was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. Then she said, "Are you telling me my dog's ashes might have rats in them?" "No," I said, then stopped, because the easy answer would have been another kind of lie. "I'm telling you, I did not see evidence of foreign material in Piper's remains before sealing. I'm also telling you that rodent activity was confirmed in the processing room afterward, and you deserve to know that before deciding what you want to do." Her breathing changed. In the background, Noah asked, "Is that about Piper?" Ellen muffled the phone. Her voice broke when she came back. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that." "I don't either," I said. Lena looked at me sharply, maybe because that wasn't professional, but Ellen exhaled. "Thank you for not making it sound clean." I pressed the heel of my bandaged hand against my thigh. "I'm sorry. I know." That was worse than anger too. Green Meadow did not reopen the next morning, or the morning after. By noon, there was yellow tape across the service entrance and a county health department SUV in the lot. Pest control trucks came and went. An electrician in a white hard hat photographed the retort bay wall. A state inspector stood in reception with boot covers over his shoes, while Voss hovered behind him, saying things like isolated incident and unprecedented weather. Lena resigned by email at 2:17 p.m., copied to Voss, the inspector, and herself. Her message was 3 paragraphs. Factual, brutal. She attached incident photos, call logs, the camera export she had managed to salvage from the hard drive, and a list of repair requests she had sent Voss over the previous 11 months. Cooler gasket, roll-up door leak, generator service confirmation, vent cover loose in processing, unexplained droppings under the urn shelf in February. I had never seen that last one. When I asked her why she hadn't told me, she rubbed both hands over her face and said, "Because I thought it was old. Because Voss said he had it handled. Because I wanted one problem in this place to stay small." That was the closest we came to blaming each other. Tyler's shoulder was not dislocated after all. Severe sprain, deep bruising, sling for several weeks, follow-up imaging if it didn't improve. His palm had rope burn from Samson's leash. He sent a picture later of the dog at the animal hospital, wrapped paw and all, with the text, "He looks better than us." He did. 3 days later, Mr. Kepler chose to have Daisy transferred to another crematory, one in Harrisburg, that allowed him to be present for the start of the cremation. Lena drove the paperwork there herself, even though she no longer worked for Green Meadow. She said she wanted one thing to leave the building properly. Milo's family made the same choice. Bruno's family requested a burial instead. I didn't blame them. The Morrisons kept Piper's urn. Ellen called once more, a week later, and told me they had opened the temporary urn only enough to transfer the sealed inner bag into a cedar box they bought somewhere else. She said Noah still talked to Piper at night. She also said she had thrown away the yellow daisies from the bouquet because the plastic wrap made a sound that bothered her now. I understood that too well. As for me, I didn't go back inside Green Meadow until the investigators asked me to walk them through my statement. It was daylight then, almost cheerful, in the cruel way daylight can be cheerful after something bad happens. The fields beyond the building were bright green from all the rain. Trucks passed on Route 30. A man in the next lot loaded mulch into a pickup. Inside, the crematorium smelled like bleach, wet drywall, and old smoke. The processing room had been stripped. Lower cabinets removed. Toe kicks pulled out. Holes marked with orange flags. Without the shelves and pans and familiar clutter, it looked smaller, meaner, like a room that had been pretending to be clean. They found nests in the wall void between processing and the cooler, shredded paper, bits of insulation, chewed tag sleeves, kibble, probably stolen from intake blankets or spilled transport bags from veterinary clinics, ash in the nesting material, gray dust packed into corners where the rats had been traveling for weeks, maybe longer. In the retort bay, the scuffed cable was tagged and bagged. The electrician said the insulation had been damaged by both abrasion and chewing. Water intrusion had done the rest. Not one failure, a chain. That word stayed with me. Chain, chain of custody, chain of neglect, chain of little decisions that only look small until they connect. When we reached the cooler, I stopped. The drawer 3 label was gone. Daisy had been moved. The fan housing was removed. The chewed insulation hole stared from the back wall dark and ordinary. Officer Whitaker stood beside me. "You okay?" "No." She nodded like that was an acceptable answer. "Need a minute?" I shook my head, but I took one anyway. After the investigation, I left the industry. People asked if I quit because of the rats. I usually said yes, because it was easier and mostly true. But the fuller answer was that I had built my life around preventing one kind of mistake, and that focus had made me miss others. I checked tags until my eyes hurt. I checked labels until coworkers got annoyed. I checked names, dates, weights, initials. I did not check the vent cover. I did not ask why the generator test log had the same signature 3 months in a row. I did not open the cabinet gap when I first heard ticking. Rules had made me careful, but they had also made me narrow. Lena took a job at a veterinary hospice service outside Lancaster. Tyler stayed out of crematory work too. Last I heard, he was training as a vet tech, which made sense. He was always better with the living. Voss sold Green Meadow 6 months later, after fines, lawsuits, insurance disputes, and a settlement I was not allowed to discuss, because I signed papers with more pages than my original employee handbook. The new owners gutted the building. New cooler, new wiring, new sealed floors, new pest contract posted by the back door like a promise. They changed the name. I drove past once after that, not on purpose. I had taken a wrong turn coming back from Mountjoy, and there it was, repainted cream and blue, with a new sign and a row of young shrubs under the front windows. It looked gentle, respectable, almost ordinary. I pulled into the lot and sat there with the engine running. For a minute, I could hear the old building anyway. The cooler hum, the fluorescent buzz, the brass bell, the dry little tick of Daisy's tag against metal. Then a woman came out carrying a small cardboard urn box in both hands. A man held the door for her. Their faces had that blank, careful look grief gives people in public. They got into a blue sedan and sat without driving for a while. I wanted to go over and say something. I didn't. There are only so many ways to tell strangers the world can fail at its gentlest points. I drove home and washed my hands longer than I needed to. That night, I found a gray speck on the bathroom sink. Just one, probably lint from a towel, dust from the windowsill, something from the hem of my jeans. I touched it with a wet fingertip. It smeared. It did not move. Still, I stood there for a long time, listening to the pipes knock in the wall, waiting for the sound to become something I could name. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.